so far across the universities of India. Professor Srivastava has plenty of publications to his credit, and his area of interest is educational policies and programs. On behalf of the management, our principal and staff and students of Pushpanjali College of Education, I extend a warm welcome to you, respected sir. We are blessed to have you among us. Over to you, sir. A warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Before I begin, just let me know whether I'm audible and visible enough.
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible.
Thank you so much. At the outset, let me express my heartfelt thanks to this wonderful college, Pushpanjali College of Education, the very dynamic principal of this college, Dr. Mabel Pimenta, my very good friend, and all my learned colleagues from this college, the organizing committee members, the NAAC persons, and all dear participants, students, scholars who are attending this program today. My dear friends, my dear scholars, I would like to congratulate this wonderful college for having conceived such an important issue to discuss, to deliberate in this national webinar. Needless to mention here, since 1947 till today, we have seen plenty of commissions, committees, policies, recommendations, starting from University Education Commission to Secondary Education Commission to Indian Education Commission to Draft National Education Policy 79 to 86, Policy to 92. And those who are interested can refer NCERT. They have published all these commissions and committees in 2 volumes. So we all are aware that as a country, we had been very prompt, good so far as for policy formulation is concerned, but so far as policy implementation is concerned, we are yet to prove ourselves. In respect to National Education Policy 2020, we are at very crucial juncture. Why I am saying so, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, because we all are aware of the concept of demographic dividend. And when I'm referring to this concept of demographic dividend, you can recall our Honorable Prime Minister Saha, who always referred that India is a country of youth. And therefore, we are having our increased responsibility so far as the implementation of the intent and content of national education policy at ground level into actionable action are concerned, not an utopian one. May I request to keep yourself on mute so that I can be at ease. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, I was fortunate enough to serve the ashram of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, that is known as Shanti Niketan, and people who comes from education background, they all know that what is the importance of Shanti Niketan. We all study Shanti Niketan as a so far as naturalistic philosophy is concerned. Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore used to say, somebody is unmuted, which is creating disturbance. Who is unmuted? Kindly take care of mute and mute, please. I'm unable to find who is unmuted. Anyways, so Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore used to say, and I'm referring here because this is the high time when we are addressing the demographic dividend. This is the high time when we need to reflect, we need to work upon this. And the great colleges, wonderful colleges like Pushpanjali College of Education must come forward and lead from the front. So Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore used to say that education is a living, not a mechanical process. Education is a living, not a mechanical process, is a truth, as freely admitted as it is persistently ignored. Education is a living, not a mechanical process, is a truth, as freely admitted as it is persistently ignored. In the last more than 7.5 decades, we have made many mistakes. We have made many blunders. So far as curriculum is concerned, so far as pedagogy is concerned, so far as assessment is concerned, so far as student support is concerned. And now, this is high time when we need to take care of such mistakes so that the intent and content of national education policy can be achieved. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, we all are aware that so far as concern on education is concerned, so far as avenues on education is concerned, so far as the scope of education is concerned, at least sitting in India, we all are aware on these issues for more than 5,000 years back. It is not that we are becoming aware and we are becoming prompt because we have labeled the 21st century as the century of knowledge, or we have identified education as a level of index of human development. It is not at all like that. So before labeling 21st century as the century of knowledge, and before identifying level of education in the community as index of human development, we all are aware of concerns of education, importance of education, scope of education, avenues of education for more than 5,000 years back. So, and we are also aware that, as I have already shared, that we have made many mistakes so far as independent India is concerned. And when I'm saying this, let me remind you, let me recall you. I am sure because many of you are from education background, you must be knowing this. Deletion of clause 23. Deletion of clause 23. When our constitution was being written, mind my words carefully, when our constitution was being written, education was kept under justiciable rights. Education was kept under justiciable rights under clause 23. But before making constitution final, there was a subcommittee having 3 members, A.K. Iyer, M. Ratna Swamy, and Govind Ballabh Pant. And this subcommittee somehow concluded, and it was deleted. Clause 23 was deleted, and it is shifted to, in the final version of constitution, in the final form of constitution, this deletion was shifted to part 4 of the Indian constitution. Part 4 of the Indian constitution. And now because many of you are from education background, you all know this, Article 45. Because this clause 23 was deleted, because it was shifted to a part 4 of the Indian constitution, and therefore Article 45 was given a sense of urgency. When I'm saying sense of urgency, what do I mean? I mean that it was added a time frame. It was given a time frame of 10 years. That within 10 years, this intent of Article 45 will be achieved. But from the date of implementation of Constitution, and in that sense, 26 January 1950, we have implemented our Constitution. By that sense, we should have achieved the intent of Article 45 by 1960. But 1960 gone, 1970 gone, 1980 gone, 1990 gone, and none of the Indian state could achieve the intent of Article 45, because you are from education background, therefore you all know this thing. Why I am recalling these things, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, because this NAAC sponsored seminar is addressing quality assurance, especially in reference to National Education Policy 2020. Therefore, recalling these things are very important. In that sense, I consider 1990 as a very important year, and the decade of 1990 onward, very important decade so far as paradigm shift is concerned in education sector. Why I am saying that 1990 is a very important year? Because in 1990, UNDP brought a report. I am sure you all must be knowing about this report, Human Development Report 1990. Human Development Report 1990. Why I am specifically mentioning this report? Because this report brought a paradigm shift by introducing the concept of HDI. By introducing the concept of Human Development Index. And it was said, kindly keep yourself away from mute unmute button. I am sure you all will be understanding the this chaos created by disturbance. So this particular report created by brought by UNDP HDR 1990, Human Development Report 1990, introduced the concept of HDI, that is Human Development Index, and it was said that in order to measure the development of any nation, this HDI will be used. And it was said that this HDI will be calculated in absolute value 1. This HDI will be calculated in absolute value 1. And when it was said, 3 major parameters were identified. I am sure you all must be knowing this. Purchasing power of the citizen of that nation will be the first parameter. Health of the citizen of that nation will be the second parameter. And education will be the third parameter. Education. Now, what in education? Question comes, what in education? So it was said that GER will be taken into consideration. GER will be taken into consideration. What is this GER? Gross enrollment ratio will be taken into consideration. Now, I am recalling these things because again in 2020, we are going to address this issue of GER. That I am coming little later. So UNDP report came in 1990 by introducing the concept of HDI, number 1. Number 2, World Conference at Geometrian happened at 1990. World Conference at Geometrian. 1990, from where Education for All drive came out. If you look at India, DPEP was launched in 1990. Acharya Ram Murthy made a important remark in 1990. And therefore, 1990 is a very important year so far as understanding the different paradigm shift is concerned. If you look at the decade of 1990, specifically I refer 1993 Supreme Court statement of Supreme Court made in 1993, where in the case of JP Unnikrishnan versus State of Andhra Pradesh, where Supreme Court finally remarked that that education should be seen as part and parcel of Article 21. Education should be seen as part and parcel of Article 21. And with this statement, Government of India formulated a Saikia committee, and by the recommendation of Saikia committee, we all know that 86th amendment of Indian Constitution was done, and in 2009 we received again what we deleted in 1948, 49. Anyways, then 42nd we all know, because we are going to discuss on quality assurance. Therefore, these basic prerequisite, essential, important things we need to keep in mind always. I'm sure you all must be having your idea on 42nd Amendment of Indian Constitution, which brought education into concurrent list. 42nd Amendment of Indian Constitution. I'm sure you must be aware on the 73rd Amendment of Indian Constitution, which introduced the concept of decentralization of power. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, why I am discussing these things? Because it is only after constitutional amendment and insertion of fundamental right in Article 21A, along with the corresponding amendments in Article 45 and 51A, reinforced a situation. And now we are having National Education Policy 2020, which is going to introduce a great paradigm shift. If I'm focusing on if we could implement it into actionable action, into ground reality. We all are aware, as I have already mentioned, that we started our journey by University Education Commission. Then in 1948-49, chaired by Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, followed by Secondary Education Commission chaired by Mudaliar, followed by Kothari Commission, that is Indian Education Commission chaired by Professor Kothari, followed by 79 draft, followed by 86 policy, 92 policy, and 1992 policy, then 2020 policy. But in front of 2020, we are having a great challenge so far as the capitalizing demographic dividend is concerned. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, those who are young scholars, try to realize the importance of demographic dividend for India so far as making India Vishwaguru again. And when I'm saying Vishwaguru, let me recall here, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, Mr. Arun Jaitley ji. Mr. Arun Jaitley ji, the finance minister. Why I am recalling late Mr. Arun Jaitley ji, the finance minister? Because if you can recall his budget proposal of 2016-2017, if you can recall his budget proposal for the year 2016-2017, where he mentioned that the central government is set to establish 20 world-class universities, 10 in each sector, 10 in public sector and 10 in private sector. Why I am recalling this? Because to become a Vishwaguru, to become world-class universities, we need to work truly hard. We need to come out from this blame game tendency. We need to come out from this shifting of responsibility kind of mentality. We need to own our own accountability. We need to become accountable for ourselves. Anyways, so I'm recalling Mr. Arun Jaitley's speech because he mentioned that that 20 world-class universities will be established in the budget proposal of 2016-17 itself. And this announcement created a lot of discussion. I'm sure many of you can recall the discussion. This announcement created a lot of discussion on the issue. And subsequently, there was some confusion appeared for the nomenclature as well as structural organization and functional features for these higher education institutions. But why I am recalling this? Because here is a point to draw for the clearer understanding, greater understanding, practical understanding. And here we need to understand that the major reasons for the initiative taken by late Shri Jaitley ji was the fact that evaluated by global benchmarks of quality, none of the Indian higher education institutions figured in the list of top 10 in the world that time. Secondly, if you can recall, counterparts of our universities, from BRICS. I don't know how many of you can recall BRICS. BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So counterpart of our universities from BRICS and Asian universities had earned better position in the international list. If I recall the QS World Ranking 2015, and I'm sure many of you can recall this, out of best 200 higher education institutions in the world, only 2 Indian institutions, out of 200, only 2 institutions, IISc Bangalore and IIT Delhi, if I'm not wrong, could feature in this list. And if you can recall, I can very well recall the corresponding figure were 8 from Japan, 7 from China, 7 from South Korea, 5 from Hong Kong, 3 from Taiwan, 2 from Singapore, 1 from Malaysia appeared in the same list. Further, if you recall, a Times Higher Education Survey of 2016 of BRICS countries indicated that out of top 10 universities, China was having 5, Russia 1, South Africa 2, and the first institution from India appeared at the number of 16. That was IISc. And then, if you recall, several expressions of anguish, of anguish, by notable persons like Pranab Mukherjee ji, like APJ Abdul Kalam ji, and many more, over the poor quality of tertiary education and vis-a-vis global yardsticks. And therefore, if you recall, the Niti Ayog floated an opinion to grant total autonomy to our institutions of proven quality and credibility, such that they can transform themselves on innovative pathways to attain global heights and recognition. Now, when we are eyeing at to become Vishwaguru, when we are aiming to be world class, we need to understand the distinguishing features of these world-class universities, so that we can learn lesson to orchestrate the capacity building of our own higher education institutions. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, just within at a glance view, I'm sharing few of the things. For example, if you look at, I know very well that I'm entering into a debatable issue. But I'm not. Let me focus, because this is important to understand the characteristic of world-class universities. For example, let me recall MIT, let me recall Harvard, who have produced plenty of Nobel laureates. Exact figure can be seen at their respective websites. Both the institutions, MIT and Harvard, both of them have endowments of several billion US. And this endowment has been generated by their alumni, by corporates, by philanthropists. And both institutions invested these amount wisely and utilized prudently for a host of academic activities. If you recall, Oxford University, with a history of more than 900 years, has a student from more than 140 countries. And this university runs 10 companies through technology transfer. If you recall Stanford University, it has an endowment of more than 25 billion US. And what is noticeable here, its faculty and students, alumni, together have established several multinational companies worth trillions of US. Now, forget about these well-established universities. If you look at even the emerged universities in the ranking, which I have just referred, and if you look at the universities emerged from Japan, from China, from Hong Kong, from Singapore, from South Korea, from Taiwan, they have revealed a common striking feature. What is that feature? We need to understand. We need to analyze. Common striking feature they have revealed, and the feature is internationalization. In what? Internationalization in faculty, internationalization in student participation. Now, why I have recalled these things, my dear friends? Because now if you look at National Education Policy 2020, and if you try to relate it, I'm sharing I'm just going out of track and sharing one of my understanding, which I have gained during deliberations across India, that majority of the teachers, majority of the research scholars, majority of the students, unfortunately, have not read National Education Policy document yet. And when I'm saying majority, if you ask me to convert into a figure, I will say more than 85% is there. That is the number. In spite of knowing the fact that this policy is going to affect the academic milieu the understanding, the execution, etc. Anyways, so I was referring to the common striking feature which emerged from these universities, and now those features have been well addressed by National Education Policy 2020 document. We need to understand. One example I am giving you to substantiate my statement. If you look at National Education Policy document, which is only of 66 pages, out of 66 pages, policy document has used the word international 15 times, 15 times, the word international. And they have used this term international in different perspective. For example, they have used the term international best practices, international Olympiads, international workshops, international pedagogical approaches, international curricula, international students, international research efforts, and among all, what it has focused upon, internationalization at home. Let me repeat it, internationalization at home. Now, other than this word international, which they have used 15 times, the same document is using another word, that is global, 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 26 times in the entire document. And they have used this word global again in different perspective: global stage, global education, global ecosystem, global needs, global knowledge, global well-being, global citizen, global literature, global best practices, global challenges, global issues, global standards, global studies, global institutions, global leaders, and many more. Now, if you add these two numbers, 15 and 26, 41 times, because we know if you go etymologically, you will be finding that global is, if you draw a Venn diagram, global is having international within itself. So 41 times out of 66 pages, they are addressing this issue of international perspective or global perspective. We have understood this importance. Let us let me quote China as one of the concrete examples of this notion. If you look at China, it was having hardly any significant overseas students population by 2012. By 2012, you'll be finding any hardly any significant number of overseas students. But now the number rose beyond more than 4 lakh. If I give a precise example, Peking University now admits students from more than 80 countries. So when we are referring to quality assurance at the in relation to National Education Policy 2020, when we are aiming at to be world class, when we are aiming to be global, when we are aiming at international standards, when NAAC is kind enough to sponsor such deliberations, we need to understand that to be world class, and as per the format of global ranking agencies, any university should have the international profile in terms of teaching programs, in terms of research projects, in terms of publications, in terms of conferences, in terms of faculty and student exchange, in terms of collaborations, and above all, my dear friends, above all, now what I'm going to say is of high importance: multiracial, multi-religious, multicultural, and multidisciplinary academic milieu we need to create. I'm sorry to say, I have studied in different states of India. I have served in different states of India, and I don't feel bad when I'm saying that even we need to increase tolerance so far as the different state dynamics are concerned. Tolerating different state dynamics is concerned. So our education, our academic milieu must be having multiracial, multireligious, multicultural, multidisciplinary academic milieu. To be precise, or so to say, summarize, apart from robust financial strength and sound governance, a higher education institution, listen me very carefully what I'm going to say now. Apart from robust financial strength and sound governance, a higher education institution has to manifest itself universality of learning in a cross-cultural anastomosis. Universality of learning in a cross-cultural anastomosis. Let me make myself very clear and categorical when I'm saying, and I'm using two words here. I will be highlighting these two words. If you look at across the globe, we need to understand that institutions of excellence are not created by any government anywhere in the world. I am using the word created here. I will be clarifying a little later. So you need to take care of this issue, that institutions of excellence are not created by any government anywhere in the world. Now listen me more carefully. Fully autonomous higher education institutions, with or without government funding, mind it, with or without government funding, evolved in course of time as world class. Evolved. So I have used the term created, that institutions of excellence are not created by any government anywhere in the world. Fully autonomous higher education institutions funded by with or without having state funding, with or without having government funding, evolved in course of time as world class. It is a gradual but progressive metamorphosis rather than the radical or spontaneous de novo phenomena. And when I'm sharing this, I am recalling a small anecdote which I would like to share with you. One of the learned professors, Vice Chancellor of 2 Indian universities and then Professor of Oxford University, was sharing this anecdote with me, which I liked most, and I am sharing with that anecdote with you. So he was sharing with me that once an American delegation reached to the Vice Chancellor of Cambridge University. An American delegation reached the Vice Chancellor of Cambridge University. So they sought appointment. They wanted to meet the Vice Chancellor. So they got the appointment, and when they entered into the office of the Vice Chancellor, listen my words and try to visualize the conditions. So when that American delegation entered into the office of Vice Chancellor was sitting at the sofa, was reading a novel and sipping a cup of coffee. Was sitting at a sofa, was reading a novel and sipping a cup of coffee. So that American delegation asked that Vice Chancellor, how are you running this Cambridge University so well? How are you running this Cambridge University so well? Now listen the reply of Vice Chancellor. And we all need to reflect on that reply so far as achieving quality assurance in relation to National Education Policy 2020 document specifically. So the Vice Chancellor replied that no, I am not running Cambridge University so well. He says No, I am not running Cambridge University so well. It is the noble traditions of Cambridge University through which Cambridge University is being run so well. Who creates those noble traditions? It is the teachers, it is the students, it is the researchers create those traditions. We need to keep these things in mind. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, I don't know how many of you have read the letter written by Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan Sahab while he was submitting the document, entire policy document to the then education minister. If you look at that letter, Dr. Kasturi Rangan Sahab has mentioned very clearly and categorically that the entire effort of National Education Policy 2020 is based on 5 founding pillars. What are those pillars? Access, ACCESS. Access is 1, equity is 2, quality is 3, affordability is 4, and accountability is 5. Access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. And that is why we all need to reflect on these 5 founding pillars itself to ensure quality, to bring quality, to introduce a paradigm shift. I often share one of the famous statement of Humayun Kabir Sahab, who says that if an engineer commits a mistake, then it ends with the maximum of damage of bridge or building. If a doctor commits a mistake, then it ends with the maximum of patient's life. But if a teacher commits a mistake, then it never ends. It ends with generations' loss. And when I recall this statement of Humayun Kabir, I immediately recall the sarcasm of Swami Ranganathananda ji. Sarcasm of Swami Ranganathananda ji. What that sarcasm says, Swami Ranganathananda ji has mentioned this sarcasm in his book in the name of some American educationist, but I am quoting here in his name only. So this is a sarcasm. Try to understand the spirit of sarcasm. Try to understand the spirit of sarcasm. Thank you. So Swami Ranganathananda ji was asked, Swamiji, what is education? Swamiji, what is education? So the reply of Swamiji was really interesting. Swamiji said that education is something mysterious. Education is something mysterious, which passes from lecture note of a professor to the notebook of a student using, if you can see my video, using pen without using the mind of either. Education is something mysterious, which passes from lecture note of a professor to the notebook of a student using pen without using the mind of either. And that is why, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, specifically if you look at National Education Policy 2020 document 9.3D, I don't have much time in my hand. I don't want to read policy document for you. I'm just giving you the numbers so that you can read on those numbers and you can reflect on those points. 9.3D. Swami Ranganathananda ji's sarcasm can be taken care by by 9.3D of National Education Policy so that quality assurance can be ensured. One of the great professors, learned professors who have been awarded the Padam Shri Award also, was sharing one anecdote which I am sharing with you today. He was sharing that we all know Professor D.S. Kothari. We all know Professor D.S. Kothari. We all know that Professor Kothari has submitted his report in 1966. And after his report submission, after 2 decades, Professor Kothari visited Delhi to deliver a lecture. And there, that professor asked Professor Kothari a question. I am telling you that question and I am telling you that answer. We need to reflect so far as National Education Policy 2020 is concerned. So Professor Kothari was asked that, Professor Kothari, if you would have been given chance, what changes would you like to bring into your report now? If you would given chance, what changes would you like to bring in your report now, after 2 decades from the submission? Now listen the reply of Professor Kothari and try to reflect, try to introspect. Professor Kothari says, and I don't know how many of you are aware of Professor Kothari report. It is of more than 1200 pages report, more than 4 kilograms report. So Professor Kothari says that I would like to bring only one change. I would like to bring only one change. And that change will be in a single word, one word change. What will be that word now? What will be that word now? So Professor Kothari asked question that what is the name of my report? I'm sure many of you will be knowing the name of that report. Education and National Development. The name of the Kothari's report, Kothari Commission's report, was Education and National Development. So Professor Kothari says that I would like to replace the word national from the word character, because now I have understood that the real trouble in India is character. And if we can shape the character, if we can make the character, if we can groom the character, if we can build the character, national development is bound to happen. National development is bound to happen. And therefore, if you look at National Education Policy's 5th pillar, that is accountability. Accountability. Somehow in last, I'm not taking you back to pre-independent India, but in post-independent India, we have earned somehow, we have mastered ourselves in shifting responsibility. We have mastered ourselves in blame game. Now this is the high time when we need to own accountability. Winston Churchill Sahab used to say, I like to learn but hate to be taught. I like to learn but hate to be taught. Albert Einstein used to say, I never teach my people, I only attempt to provide conditions in which they can learn. So we need to create conditions. Why I have quoted Winston Churchill and Albert Einstein first? Because audience can take me seriously. Otherwise, we can recall Swami Vivekananda, who used to say that, like you cannot grow a seed by putting at your palm. And similarly, the same is the case with the education system. Teacher must work as a facilitator. If you want to grow that seed, if you want to that seed to grow into a plant, you need to sow that seed, you need to give water, you need to protect. So that means you are working as a facilitator. So and that is why I have found this definition of education from Vivekananda, this magnificent definition, wonderful definition. Education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. This is what is expected by National Education Policy 2020, so far as quality assurance, quality redefining education, becoming Vishwaguru, becoming world class is concerned. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, time is really less in my hand, and therefore I am just sharing one of the statement of Professor Kothari from his report. And so in order to make you understand, I'm just in. So this is the those who are interested can read that statement in detail. I have typed it in the chat box so that you can have a glance view with me. So I am referring here section 1.16 of Kothari Commission's report. Section 1.16 of Kothari Commission's report. You can read that section later, and nowadays all these reports are easily available at several platforms. So from that section, I have shared this statement for your greater understanding. You can read that statement along with me. The now belief that all education is necessarily good, both for the individual and for the society, and that it will necessarily lead to progress, can be as harmful as it is misplaced. And therefore, we need to understand the context first. We need to understand the context first. We need to see education in a proper context. Without understanding context, without understanding background, education, there will be a risk. And therefore, from a teacher, this is highly, and that is why in section 1.16, Kothari Sahab has mentioned that statement, which I have just quoted with you. I don't know how many of you have truly read this national education policy document. If you look at page number 3, and when I'm saying page number 3, page number 1 is cover page and page number 2 is index page. So technically page number 3 is the first page of the policy. The very second paragraph says that the entire policy effort is based on SDG 4. SDG 4, what is SDG 4? Sustainable Development Goal number 4. And by basing SDG 4, National Education Policy has conceived a goal. What is that goal? Ensure, and try to read that goal, try to reflect on that goal later. Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. So this kind of goal they have conceived in National Education Policy 2020 document. And when you will be looking at that goal, what I am precisely saying, this is the high time when we need to work on thank you, Joshabji. We need to work on not only on pedagogy, but also on andragogy, heutagogy. Pedagogy, andragogy, heutagogy. We need to understand. We need to understand what there was a journal book I was reading. There was mentioned that knowledge is not power. When I saw that caption that knowledge is not power, I was surprised. Then I read that paragraph, and I became somehow convinced as a teacher educator. So that paragraph says that we are often told that knowledge is power. Not really. Knowledge is information. Knowledge is potential power, and it becomes true power only when it is acted upon. The same case is with National Education Policy 2020. It will become truly meaningful when it is acted upon. And in order to substantiate this, the author gives an analogy, and we can understand from this analogy. He says that what is the difference between a person who cannot read and a person who can but does not read? And then he says that learning is not like eating. It is not how much you eat that matters. What matters is how much you digest. And therefore, National Education Policy need that digestion. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, quality assurance we are talking about. Quality assurance, especially in relation to National Education Policy 2020. Whenever I look at this word quality, and in all my deliberations, I often say that if you look at the term quality, it's a really interesting word, really interesting word. Why I'm saying it is an interesting word? Because if you look at the word quality, you will be finding that quality has been the goal of an eternal quest through the corridors of human history. Quality has been the driving force for all human endeavor. Quality has been the inspiration for transcendence from the mundane life to the higher realms of life. Quality has been the source of craving behind this unfolding human civilization through ages. In spite of knowing all these things, whether it is quality has been an eternal quest, quality has been the driving force, quality has been the inspiration, quality has been the source of craving. In spite of all knowing these, in spite of knowing all these things, it has as a word, if you look at this word, it has successfully eluded the dragnet of definitions. Dragnet of definitions, proving the inadequacy of human intelligence. And what is interesting is, if you look at this word, you will be finding very interesting that quality stares at you. Quality stares at you. You recognize it, but you cannot define it. And therefore, this is the high time when we need to work on certain commonly acceptable tenets so far as achieving any intent of policy is concerned. And in order to achieve those tenets, I am referring again and again repeatedly that we need to decode National Education Policy 2020. We need to decode. Specifically, intentionally, I am using this word decoding. Decoding National Education Policy 2020. And when I say decode, I request start this decoding from the 5 founding pillars itself, which I have already quoted. Access is 1, equity is 2, quality is 3, affordability is 4, accountability is 5. Now, what do I mean by this decoding? Let me share this with an example by taking first pillar as an example. First pillar, access, ACCESS. When I'm saying access, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, those who are aware on this policy must be knowing that policy document is expecting to raise GER from 26.3% to 50% in case of higher education, and to 100% in case of school education. GER. That is why I shared in the very beginning that report of UNDP, so that in terms of GER, we can, this time when we are going to implement this policy, we can avoid those mistakes which we made in the decade of 1990 and onward. So if you look at access, the difficulties, the avenues, the prospects, the scope, you must need to decode from this access itself. Now, when I'm saying GER from 26.3% to 50%, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, let me remind you 4 or 5 issues. Number 1, UNDP's report, we are already aware of. Number 2, National Knowledge Commission 2005 report, which says in 2005 that in order to meet the then international GER, India needs to open at least 1,500 universities. 4, National Education Policy Document 2020, page number 5, page number 6 of English version, where you can see an important guiding principle, that is extensive use of technology. Extensive use of technology. And number 4, if you can recall the speech of Honorable Prime Minister Sahab, which he has delivered when this policy document completed 1 year, that is July 29, 2021. Those who have heard this speech, very good. Those are not aware of this speech can hear that speech. It is available at YouTube. Why I am referring? Because Honorable Prime Minister Sahab again and again repeatedly using the use of technology, digital education, technological intervention, etc. repeatedly. And after his deliberation, you can recall the announcement of digital universities. Announcement of digital universities. Now, why I am saying these things? Because access, the first pillar, has an implication. Access. Vayona Gomes, kindly mute yourself, please. Vayona Gomes, please mute yourself. It is creating disturbance. Administrator, those who are administering, need to take care of these things. So access is having serious and severe implications so far as revamping curriculum is concerned, so far as revamping pedagogy is concerned, revamping assessment is concerned, revamping student support is concerned. 9.3D I have already quoted. And those who are aware, those who can see future, these changes of futures, visualize, will be in much ease. Similarly, we need to decode all the other pillars. When quality assurance is concerned, we all are aware of different letters which has been issued by UGC in different time to different higher education institutions. So far as the major intents are concerned, whether it is multiple entry and exit, whether it is credit transfer, whether it is academic bank of credit, whether it is multidisciplinarity, whether it is holistic education, whether it is IDPs, whether it is integration of technology. These are very crucial points where as a teacher we are going to play our role. See, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, when I say this, I say it very clearly and categorically that we all understand that policy is a great task. It will be implemented in due course of time. It will be implemented by different layers of stakeholders, and each stakeholder is supposed to play its own role. No stakeholder at any stage, whether it is a politician or it is a ministry or it is regulatory agency or it is institutions or it is teachers or it is administrators or it is important personalities from society, can afford to ignore or make mistakes, because demographic dividend we need to capitalize. So these issues on which UGC has already sent letters on multiple entry and exit, I have already shared: credit transfer, academic bank of credit, multidisciplinarity, holistic education, IDPs, integration of technology, etc., will be needing attention of teachers, researchers as an individual, as well as a department, as well as a college, as well as a university or any higher education institutions. I must congratulate Pushpanjali College of Education, the dynamic principal, Professor Mabel Pimenta, to conceive such a webinar, and all the organizing team. And I'm sure when this webinar will be over, you will be chalking out some steps, concrete steps, how to move ahead. Let me share an interesting anecdote again from Mudaliyar's report. And when I'm saying Mudaliyar's report, I'm sure you can easily relate. The commission was set up in 1952-53. 1952-53. You can imagine the social milieu of 1952-53. In that time, Mudaliar Sahab has written, and what he has written in 1952-53 National Education Policy 2020 is reiterating again, and that is why I am repeatedly saying this is the high time when we need to convert all the intents and contents of National Education Policy 2020 into actionable action. Okay, so let me share that anecdote from Mudaliar Commission's report. So in 1952-53, Mudaliar Sahab says that a democracy of people who can think only confusedly can neither make progress nor even maintain itself, because it will always be open to the risk of being misled by demagogues. A democracy of people who can think only confusedly can neither make progress nor even maintain itself, because it will always be open to the risk of being misled by demagogues. When Mudaliar Sahab says this, he further writes in his report, interesting line, and all the lines have been reiterated by National Education Policy 2020 by similar intent. The Mudaliar Sahab says further, a democratic citizen should have the understanding and intellectual integrity to shift truth from falsehood, facts from propaganda, and to reject the dangerous appeal of fanaticism and prejudice. And then he is saying, and then he is expecting that for this, a student must develop a scientific attitude of mind to think objectively and base their conclusions on tested data. A student must develop a scientific thinking has been conceived by National Education Policy 2020, reiterated by 2020. And then finally, Kothari Sahab says, Mudaliar Sahab says that a student neither reject the old because it is old, nor accept the new because it is new, but dispassionately examine both and courageously reject whatever arrests the forces of justice and progress. And that is why, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, my dear students, my dear scholars, I am using this term very intentionally, decoding of National Education Policy 2020 document. And when I'm saying decoding, decoding is a truly crucial task. Why crucial task? Because we need to be very fair, we need to be very honest to ourselves, to our upcoming generation, to our nation. And why I am focusing on these words? Because we all know that we are not it is not that we are becoming so much concerned for the first time in the history of independent India. And that is why we need to be more careful so far as implementation of this policy is concerned. It is not at all like that we are becoming so much concerned for the first time in the history of independent India since 1947 onward. Why I am saying so? Because I need to recall here Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji. And when I recall Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, I often request my young colleagues, my young scholars, my young students to read first 60 to 80 pages of Radhakrishnan Commission's report, University Education Commission's report. First 60 to 80 pages you must read, irrespective of your subject, irrespective of your discipline, irrespective of your position, irrespective of your institution, irrespective of everything. You need to read first 60 to 80 pages of that report, University Education Commission's report. Why I am saying so? Because in 1948-49, Radhakrishnan ji is writing that what he's writing is, we were everywhere struck. Radhakrishnan is writing, we were everywhere struck by a deep general awareness of the importance of higher education for national welfare. Everybody was having that awareness on importance of higher education for national welfare. And he's writing, and having an uneasy sense of the inadequacy of the present pattern. I am sure if we would have been discussing offline, I'm sure you all are aware on this importance of higher education for national welfare, and I'm sure you all are having sense of uneasiness of the inadequacy of the present pattern. And therefore, I'm saying that decoding is very important. Decoding is very important. Since this policy document has come, I am narrating a story very often nowadays. And I'm sharing this story with you so that I can make my point very clear to you all. The story goes like this. A gentleman was walking through an elephant camp, and he spotted that the elephants were not being kept in cages or held by the use of chains. So what he saw is all that was holding them back was from escaping the camp was a small piece of rope, very thin rope. So that man became astonished, and he became confused, and he went to the owner of that camp, that you have tied them with a small piece of rope, and all are standing, nobody is trying to escape. So the camp owner replied. The reply is interesting, and reply has a message for you. So the owner replied, when they were young, those elephants were young and much smaller, we use the same size rope to tie them, and at that age it was enough to hold them back. As they grow up, they are conditioned to believe, mind it, they are conditioned to believe that they cannot break away. They believe the rope can still hold them back, and therefore they never try to break free. And that is why I say that we have already passed more than 7.5 decades. 7.5 decades since independence. Now we are grown up enough, we have conceived enough, we are having enough strength. We need to think out of the box. We need to go out of the box. We need to take initiative and efforts. We need to own our accountability if we are truly serious for quality. For last 1 year precisely, I am sharing this in different platforms, that if for a time being, with a selfish reason, if you forget society for time being, if you forget your institution for time being, in order to save your own existence, you need to have your accountability. In order to save your own existence, you need to have your own accountability, because 21st century, we have already passed 2 decades, are going to witness several indicators, parameters, which will define you. Now, the same Radhakrishnan Commission reports 2 lines from T.S. Eliot Sahab. We all know T.S. Eliot Sahab. T.S. Eliot Sahab says what has been quoted by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji is, where is the wisdom? We have lost in knowledge. Where is the knowledge? We have lost in information. The cycle of even in 20th century bring us farther from God and nearer to dust. In past more than 7.5 decades, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, we have made many mistakes, which we are not deliberating today, but we need to take care of this intent of this T.S. Eliot Sahab's poem. We need to understand the legacy, Indian legacy. And when I'm saying Indian legacy, I'm just referring to a particular issue here. I'm sure you will be aware of World Commission on Environment and Development. World Commission on Environment and Development. The name of the report was Our Common Future. It is popularly known as Bretland Commission report. So since this Bretland Commission report came in 1987, we all, different countries of the globe, started running behind ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. There is nothing wrong in ESD. I do not have any question on ESD. But if you look back at the Indian legacy, Isopnishat says very clearly and categorically, thousands years back, Isa Vashmidam Sarvam Yat Kincham Jagatyam Jagat Ten Tekten Bhunjita Magruduh Kasa Suddhina. Means what is there in this entire world? Use all these things, but with a sense of sacrifice. With a sense of sacrifice. And therefore, this is the high time when we need to come out from this copycat tendency, blind follower tendency. And the first request I will be making through this webinar, and I'm sure the wonderful colleges like Pushpanjali College of Education will be taking initiative so far as creating our own understanding, original understanding on the concerns of curriculum. Being a member of different curriculum development committee across different universities of India, what I have noticed that several good universities are making their curriculum by copying and pasting the content from different universities across the globe. This will not work. We need to have our own understanding on the concerns of curriculum so that we can contribute to curriculum in original, so that we can accommodate the guiding principles of National Education Policy 2020 document. My dear friends, my dear colleagues, I will be requesting you to read at least page number 5 and page number 6 reflectively, page number 5 and page number 6, where guiding principles have been mentioned. Whether it is a local respect for diversity, respect for local context, reflective thinking, many more guiding principles are there. Other than these understanding on curriculum, we need to have our own understanding on pedagogy. And when I'm saying pedagogy, in the beginning, I have reminded you, this is the high time. Along with pedagogy, andragogy and heutagogy can also be taken care. So whether it is innovative pedagogy, flipped learning, mobile learning, innovative education, synchronous learning, asynchronous learning, all these things we need to take care. And when I refer on pedagogy, I'm sure you all are aware on NCFTE 2009 document. NCFTE 2009 document. When I'm saying this, referring this document, the very first statement, which is there in the preface itself, they have taken from 1948-49 University Education Commissions chaired by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, where Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji has written in 1948-49 that people in this country have been slow to recognize that education is a profession for which intensive preparation is necessary as it is in any other profession. People in this country have been slow to recognize that education is a profession for which intensive preparation is necessary as it is in any other profession. The same statement has been quoted by NCFTE 2009 in the preface itself, the very first paragraph itself. In order to become an engineer, we need intensive training. We have understood this. In order to become a doctor, we need an intensive training. We have understood this. In order to become a manager, we need to have an intensive preparation. We understood this. But in order to become a teacher, irrespective of the level, whether it is primary, pre-primary, secondary, senior secondary, higher, technical, vocational, engineering, whatever it is, in order to become a teacher, we need intensive training. We have been slow to recognize this importance. And National Education Policy 2020 document is giving importance to this issue. And because time is very less in my hand, I am referring the point. You can see this by reading 15.9. 15.9. Now, again, I am referring you to this University Education Commission report, where Radhakrishnan ji is saying, and we need to understand on these lines, and we need to work accordingly so far as implementation of policy is concerned. Radhakrishnan ji is writing in his report that The universities, as the makers of the future, cannot persist in the old patterns, however valid they may have been in their old day. The universities, as the makers of the future, cannot persist in the old patterns, however valid they may have been in their old day. And then Radhakrishnan further writes, with the increasing complexity of society and its shifting pattern, universities, listen me carefully, then he is writing, universities have to change their objectives and methods if they are to function effectively in our national life. National Education Policy 2020 is paving such ways to transform the higher education institutions of India. We need to understand, I'm sure you all must be having your awareness on 17 sustainable development goal, whether it is a no poverty goal, zero hunger, good health, well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water, sanitation, all 17 goals you are aware of. But I do not know how many of you are aware of the respective targets which was set against each goal. If you are aware, you deserve appreciation. If you are not aware, today only visit UNDP website and read all the respective targets against each goal, so that you can have understanding, so that you can relate what you need to bring so far as this implementation of national education policy is concerned. I have already requested you to read page number 5 and page number 6, where guiding principles of national education policy have been mentioned. We need to understand when in the part 2, when policy document says, do I need to conclude? I'm concluding in 2 minutes.
Yes, so you can take 2 minutes and conclude, because thereafter we have another speaker. Thank you. Yeah, you can conclude, sir, now 2 minutes.
I was told 10:45.
Yes, sir, 10:45 our next speaker will be coming. If we, because for the vote of thanks, we will need 2 minutes. Yes, sir. Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Okay. So if you look at part 2, it begins with quality universities. If you look at the statement, it says quality universities and colleges, a new and forward-looking vision for India's higher education ecosystem, higher education system. And for this, when policy is saying this, they are taking reference from ancient Indian legacy. They are taking reference from 21st century needs. Policy has mentioned several Indian institutions of ancient India, several personalities from ancient India. They have quoted Kadambari, 64 Kalas, etc., to make you understand on the entire idea of multidisciplinarity and holistic education, entire idea of multiple entry and exit. But we need to understand the changing perspective on regulatory framework. We need to understand an axiom, and I often say this, you need to keep in mind always, teaching and research is having symbiotic relationship. Teaching and research is having symbiotic relationship. When you will be understanding this statement, you will be conceiving the idea of research intensive university. You will be in a better position to conceive the idea of teaching intensive universities, and etc. To conclude, I will be concluding by telling you 12.6 says that finally all programs, all curricula, all courses, all pedagogy, in class, out class, online, offline, will aim to achieve global standards of quality. Global standards of quality. And when I'm saying this global standards of quality, you need to work, you need to have your own understanding on 7 criterias of NAAC, on 5 parameters of NIRF, on different indicators of Times ranking framework, US ranking framework, Webometrics framework, all international agencies, so that you can make yourself aware what we are going to achieve in terms of different indicators, in terms of different parameters. Read this policy document critically, especially part 3, where extensive use of technology has been elaborated. So one more thing I would like to say here, that I'm recalling at John D.V. Sahab, who used to say, if we teach today as we taught yesterday, then we rob the children of tomorrow. If we teach today as we taught yesterday, then we rob the children of tomorrow. And in this context, I often say that technology is not a choice, it's a compulsion for us now. Technology is not a choice, it's a compulsion for us now. And it is a teacher only who is going to make best or worst of this technology. Teacher was important, teacher is important, teacher will remain important. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. This is what I wanted to share with you all with my little intelligence. We need to capitalize the momentum created by National Education Policy 2020. We need to revitalize the entire education system with all farsightedness. Thank you, Pushpanjali College of Education. Thank you, my dear friend, Dr. Professor Mabel Pimenta, for giving me this learning opportunity. I could interact with my new colleagues, with my new friends. Thank you, one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ashish. Before we could begin with the vote of thanks, I would ask the participants if you would have some queries. Sure, sir, we'll be able to answer certain queries. So if you have, you can put it in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and spell out your queries.
I think sir was crystal clear in whatever he said. Everything was elucidated so well. Sir has left us a lot of inspiration and thought for a lot of things. If I could say food for thought, sir has left us with. So I think Sister Delicia, you can continue with the vote of thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sister.
So the hardest arithmetic to master is that which enables us to count our blessings. And so on behalf of our manager, Sister Ansela De Mello, our principal, Dr. Mabel Pimenta, staff, students of Pushpanjali College of Education, and with all the past participants of this webinar, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ashish Srivastava for such an informative session on the NAP. If I have to summarize what sir has taken, it is a very beautiful unfolding of a rose, I can say. That we knew only the maybe the core of the NEP, but sir has brought out all the elements as a flower would open. He provided us with the historical perspective in which the educational policy has placed, especially the previous policies and its relationship with the new policy that has been the new education policy. Sir also provided us a world perspective of different countries and how we should place ourselves in that global perspective if we have to understand the NEP in a better manner. Sir has studied the NEP so well, sir, that you have even counted the number of times the words appearing in the document. For example, the word international or global, and so which we had not realized so far, but 41 times. And so we are looking ahead to a globalized education system. Thank you, sir, for that beautiful perspective. Also, you spoke about multidisciplinary, multicultural, and multi-religious and multilingual education. And with your biodata that we have read, you are the appropriate person to spell out this document, and it becomes a reality. Your 5 founding pillars that you explained about the NEP is access, equity, equality, affordability, and accountability. These apply to the entire nation as a whole, not just a document. And it was a beautiful perspective that you shared with each of us. Your anecdotes were really simply wonderful, and your quotes, the way you connected it with the NEP, really was an enlightening procedure for us to understand how the NEP and the word quality itself has such a deeper meaning, and you helped us to decode the entire NEP in different perspectives where quality is in perspective. So how the NEP has to be implemented by the stakeholders, that is very important because we prepare a lot of reports and a lot of policies, but putting it into practice is what we as stakeholders and educators should take our initiative or our part. And finally, you spoke about that education is a profession that requires intensive preparation, just as an engineer or a doctor would require. So too, education requires intense preparation, and the NEP gives you that that avenue for improvement and intensive preparation, not only of the teachers, as well as the entire educational scenario. And thank you to Professor for that beautiful session. And it was really enlightening. And thank you for sharing your expertise, your time with us. And you have indeed been a blessing to us. Thank you, sir, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep in touch. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you so much. I now invite Dr. Sheetal Chaudhary to animate the next session.
Good morning. We will wait for 2 minutes for our next guest speaker to join.
Hello, I think sir has already joined. Sheetal
Yes,
madam, you
yes,
can start.
yes, I'm starting. Good morning to one and all. A warm welcome to Shri Mandar Bhanushe sir, our guest speaker for this session. It's a great pleasure and privilege for me to be introducing sir, who is going to talk to us about use of technology in promoting optimal learning environments. Sir holds MSc and MPhil in mathematics from University of Mumbai. Presently, he is working in the capacity of head, Faculty of Science and Technology at the Institute of Distance and Open Learning, University of Mumbai. Sir has held impressive positions and formerly served as a member of Board of Studies in Mathematics, Research and Recognition Committee in Mathematics, and Students' Grievance Redressal Committee of University of Mumbai. Sir has been former member of International Council for Open and Distance Education of Norway. Shri Mandar Bhanushe sir is a founder chairman of Raising a Mathematician Foundation, RAM Foundation of India, an NGO working in the field of math education. He regularly conducts workshops through his foundation for students, teachers, parents in the field of math education, and also for NET, SET, UPSC, MPSC examinations. This shows Sir's pioneering spirit and passion for his subject. Sir is the receiver of National Award for Best Education Webinar Series at Indian Education Congress 2013, held in May 2013 in New Delhi, and also National Talent Search Award 2017-18, awarded by Indian Accounting Association, Thane chapter. Sir has published 5 articles, presented 8 papers at various international and national conferences, and authored 4 books in mathematics for BCom, BMS, and BSc IT courses. He has been conducting workshops for teachers and students on free open source software like GeoGebra and LaTeX, learning management systems like Moodle, the CN.com, and also virtual learning environments like QuizIQ, Avu, etc. Sir has trained more than 15,000 teachers on various e-learning tools and technology through workshops and online webinars. He has worked as a resource person with IIT Bombay to train 8,000 high school mathematics teachers under Ramsa. Sir has successfully conducted online 4-credit course on UGC Swayam in the subject of mathematics for more than 3,000 students. He is also the Swayam mentor of University of Mumbai. Sir, the way you are reaching out to teachers and students is an inspiration to us all. In his keynote address, Professor Ashish Srivastav sir spoke about extensive use of technology to digitalize education using digital tools to educate masses. And I think with Sir Mandar Bhanushe's impressive background, his immense contribution to the field of technology, and his expertise on NEP 2020, as he has delivered 14 talks on NEP 2020 at 11 universities in India, he is the most appropriate speaker for today's session. Sir, you are going to enlighten us on creating technology-enabled learning environments, and we are eager to hear to you, listen to you, and also understand and do whatever you are doing in field of technology and education. So once again, welcome, sir. It's a delight to have you with us. Welcome once again, and it's over to you, Shri Mandar Bhanushe, sir.
Thank you very much, Sheetal Chaudhary, madam, and a very good morning and warm welcome to all of you, including the previous session speaker, Professor Ashish ji. I was lucky enough to hear him for some while as I joined little early, and in fact, he has made my session on a very nice note. He has closed it, and therefore I think this is the right time to take it further. As far as the title of this session goes, it is use of technology for optimal learning environments. So I hope all of you are here. I am not able to see your videos because probably they are put off, but hopefully you can for some while put it on, and then we can have a good wall of videos and we can see all of you. Good morning, Agnes, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Nice to see you, and good morning to all my sisters.
Good morning, sir.
And brothers from
Good morning,
all
sir.
different places who have joined. Yeah, so now I can see some videos are coming. Yes, Ndela, good
Yes.
morning. Nice to see you. Okay, so as always, my presentation will not be a monologue. It will be a dialogue. And I like one very nice phrase which Professor Ashish said before he closed the session, that it was a good learning experience, what he said. And the same is applicable from my side always, that whenever I do a session, it is more of a learning experience for me rather than sharing what I have learned in the last few years. So all of you, my dear friends, in the chat,
Sir, you are muted.
Sir, you're muted, I think.
Muted.
sorry. So, dear friends, I have put a message in the chat, and all of you are requested not to put any further messages so that we retain the link which I have shared in the chat. And all of you are requested to click on that link because the entire presentation will be done through this link. This is an add-on which we get on Google Slides. By now, most of you might have heard about it, if not used at least. Or if you are using Google Slides, this is a very good add-on to make your presentations interactive. So we are not only just talking about use of technology, but we are actually using technology for this particular session. So just click on that link, and once majority of you join, I would be able to, I think 8, 9, 10 people have joined. So we are approximately, how many people here? 78 minus myself. So 77 people here. So at least 50 people should be able to join easily, right? Now 13 people have joined. So you have to just click on the link. That's all. Let me also start the lecture. Okay. So now you can see my first slide probably on your screen, and no need to come back here. You can keep your videos off and you can be on the link. Whenever I tell you to come back and have a discussion by unmuting your mic and also putting your videos on, we can have a discussion also. So once again, an instruction to all of you that there is a link which I've posted in the chat. Click on that link and go to that link. There we are going to have the entire session. Okay. So still some people are yet to join, right? So many people are still struggling. You can use it on your mobile phones also. So the link will work on a mobile phone. It will open in a browser. So you need not worry about it, right? Okay. So let us wait for a few more seconds. It will not take much of time, just to ensure that most of you join the session. Okay. Fine. So let us begin. And if you're facing any difficulty, of course, you can just unmute your mic and let me know that if you're facing some difficulty, what is that difficulty about? Because I want maximum participation from this gathering, because I know many learned people are present in the audience, and more than what I am going to share as per my experience and my experiments, I would be able to gather more reflections from all the participants also in addition to that. Fine. So let us begin the session. And once again, a very good morning. The session is on use of technology for optimal learning environments, as given by Pushpanjali College of Education. The webinar is about how do you use technology so that the learning of your learners is optimized. And of course, when we are saying it is optimized, means we are taking the word maximized and not the, because optimal has both the other meanings, maximization as well as minimization. So here we are talking about maximizing the learning of the learners. Fine. So we'll begin with a reflection from the audience itself. And there is a place on the browser, if you can see the link which I have shared with you. On the right hand side, you will see a text box, right? And the text box is the place where you can write down your thoughts. You have to just use the keyboard and write your response. The question is about what is your thought, okay, on the use of technology? What is that you think is how to use, when to use, any random thoughts which whenever we say the word use of technology, right? What is that comes to your mind? So 45 people have joined, and still I expect 15-20 people more to join in the due course. And out of these 45 who have joined, 10 have started writing the response. Okay. I'll be showing you the responses also, because I will be not sharing my screen continuously. Whenever I have to show the responses, I will share my screen. Then you can come back at this place and we can see what all of you have written, right? So I'll just take 5 minutes always as a break for myself also, and for all of you to find out what you people are trying to mention there. Okay, so good responses coming up. You can be crisp and small, concise, so that we can take into consideration many responses at a time. So I'm very happy. 18 people have started the response out of 45 people who have joined. There are 76 people here. So 30 have not joined. Okay. And I know who have not joined because I know who have joined. I'm going to take the attendance also. And Madam Agnes, Madam is not going to give certificates to those who are not going to join. Oh, let us not be so harsh. Okay. Some people can enjoy the presentations also, not a problem. But if you don't go in that link, you will not enjoy it, because I am not sharing my screen. I have told you to go to that link and the entire presentation will be at that same place. So those 20 people who have not joined are very unfortunate, because they will not be able to see the presentation. Okay, good. Very nice. I have received 22 out of 46 responses. Okay. And now let me share my screen so that I should be able to show you. It's quite interesting, right? Okay, so I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, sir. As participants, you can go back to your Zoom window to see the screen.
Yes, so whenever I say you can see my screen, that means I am coming on the Zoom. You have to come on the Zoom link, and then you will be able to see the screen which I have shared. So I have asked this question for you to reflect upon what according to you is use of technology, for what purpose, how, when, anything which comes to your mind. So you can see the good responses. The first response itself is quite enlightening. It says use of technology for empowering. Empowering whom? Okay. So whoever has written that response, can you make it more clear? Empowering whom and enabling whom?
Sir, I think that was my response.
Good, good. You just add it.
What I meant is, you have to share or type it there.
You can just add it there. You can always edit
Okay,
whatever
fine,
you have
fine,
written.
sir.
Okay. And one more thing I'll request, just write your name below that. That would be great. So for example, I'm just giving you one example where I am also writing my name just to show you that. Okay, so this is, you can add one more response also, or you can just edit your response. So that is absolutely yours. So you can see Agnes. Yes, good. So use of technology for empowering and enabling. Technology has made teaching, learning effective is another very good statement. Then somebody said it should be used to complement the teaching learning process and not to substitute the old methods. A very valid point. A right balance between modern and traditional is required. The objective should be to use the technology to enhance the learning. In fact, I don't know who has written this. It is good if you can write your names below this. I will be getting the names, but towards the end of the session. So I would not be able to reflect upon by taking names here directly. But whoever has written this, you have actually summed up the entire story for today's session, right? So this is actually the takeaway of this session. Fine. Number 4, technology is the application of tools and techniques to complete the given task. Fine. Technology is here to stay for a long time, as Cinderella says. Technology is a boon that has revolutionized our education system, Dr. Pooja. It helps one to learn in a creative way. A very nice point. Can you just write your name below this, whoever has written this response? Incredibly useful, but often misused. Very nice point, Supriya. Effective in many aspects of life. Technology is a magician which makes the class enthusiastic. Oh, what magic is that which makes it enthusiastic, which makes your class enthusiastic? That magic is what we are going to decode today. Okay, with the continuous development that is taking place in the world around us, it is very important to use technology. Very good, Sarah, to simplify teaching. And what else? Is it to just simplify the teaching or something more? Using your creativity to express the content with the help of additional instructional materials. What type of additional instruction materials you can specify, Mary? I think that also would be quite interesting. Maximize participation. Very nice point. Need of today. Good point. Technology makes the learning easier. How? We are going to understand that better. Technology helps in learning. It's very flexible. Absolutely right. Very valid point. It's a great supporter of teachers. Yes, teachers should understand that technology is there. Teaching learning process easy and effective, right? Technology helps to make learning enjoyable. That's a very good point. How do you make it? Does it always happen, or you have to do certain special things to make it enjoyable? So you can explore it more, you can expand it more. Technology makes teaching learning process effective. Okay, innovative and creative. Good. So you can see my name here, Mandar Bhanush. I've just added up just to make you understand how you can write your names. Vanessa says effective and blended learning supports teaching and learning. It's a need of the hour. Bhakti says it's the use of online and offline resources. My God. So as I said, it's a learned audience. Yeah. Somebody was saying something. The mic was on. Okay. Maybe by mistake. So I think Cynthia ma'am, you can just check. Agnes ma'am.
Yeah, I'm not the host, the host person. Yeah.
Okay, so Sania says it helps the students to be more engaged in the classroom, allows students to learn by being active learner. Mansi says made human work easy in all aspects. Modern education system is important component, helps learners to collaborate, communicate. Who has written this? Please write your name. A very good point. Technology is indispensable part of today's society. It is used in all aspects for learning, work, and day-to-day tasks. Very good point and very nice points written by all of you. And some people are still writing, as I can see on my screen here. But that's very good. So you can see so many people have been able to write these things. Okay, so that's very good. Okay. 32 out of 52 responses is what I could just gather from now, and still people are writing. So maybe you can take few more seconds. And meanwhile, this is quite interesting, right? So this is how you can see. This is a peer deck add-on of Google Slides, and you can see in a live classroom, you can just make your learners engage. So what we're talking about, use of technology for what purpose? For making it interesting, making it engaging, making it more creative, empowering the people, right? So how do you empower your learners? That is very interesting to understand. And using this we are just using one peer deck add-on, which is just one technological tool which is there in our hand. Now think of the vast tools which are coming up for all of us. Okay, all these are assistive technologies for us. For what purpose? For making our students more empowered, making our teachers also empowering them. For what purpose? For using the technology. And finally, why are we all here? We are all here to see that our learners learn. I always say this example of SNDT Women's University's former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vasudha Kamath, which she shared with me once, that there was an inquiry committee against a teacher and the students had complained, and she said that I am being paid by the government not to teach, but I am being paid by the government to see that my students learn. Now there's a vast difference between these two. All of us today here are just to ensure this particular aspect, that to ensure my students are learning. And it is not just that I'm going to go and teach. Teaching is not my job, sole job. My actual job is to see that my learners learn. Fine. So I'm happy with the 33 responses received right now here. Okay. And we'll be moving forward. So go back to the peer deck link, because that is a place where we are going to see the next slide. Okay. So let me go to the next slide. Okay. So this is a quote which I have taken from National Educational Technology Standards for Students, written by International Society for Technology in Education. What it says about technology integration, it says a very important definition. In fact, it is a very important definition. What is it about? Effective integration of technology is achieved when students are able to select the technology tools. See, please understand. See, what is it saying? It is not saying when teachers are giving some technology or tools to the learners. When students are able to select the technology, the tools to help them obtain information is the primary step. So that is, of course, information. So obtain information in a timely manner, analyze and synthesize the information, and present it professionally. This is what is the meaning of effective integration of technology. Now we all have to reflect upon this, all that we wrote in our previous slide. How do you take care of those thoughts which came to your mind when I asked you about what do you mean, or what according to you, or how is this use of technology about? It should not be teacher driven. It should not be school driven or college driven. It should be based on the needs of the learners. Then only it will be effective. See, if you give to a particular learner something which the learner is not interested to take, or the learner doesn't want it, it is with him, then why are you giving it extra kind of? So it is as per the needs of the learner. So the technology integration will be effective when the learners are able to select the technology and the tools which will help them to gather information in a particular time period. They would be able to analyze and synthesize the information which they have received, again using technology and different tools, and then they would be able to present it. That means taking it forward. The technology should become an integral part of how the classroom functions, as accessible as all the other classroom tools. Now, this is again a very important point. These 2 points brings us into a kind of common platform regarding what is technology integration about, when does it become effective, and how do you look at the accessibility? Because in the previous session, we talked about national education policy, the 5 fundamental principles of NEP. First principle itself is accessibility. So anybody, anytime, anywhere, that accessibility has to be also there. So as the other physical classroom tools are easily accessible to the learners in a physical classroom, when you're using technology, when you're using the different tools, that also should be accessible on the similar lines. Now this takes time, and therefore we have to give time. Everything may not be happening on the day one, but yes, once we all start thinking about it and we all put our efforts into it, we are definitely going to achieve it in the coming days. Let's move to the next slide. Now this slide I have taken from one of the articles which has come in on the website. the thoughts of academicians in just 5 years, what are the things which have changed? So in UNESCO in 2002 and 2005, in one of the articles, it was mentioned what are the stages of ICT integration. From emerging to about stages of ICT integration is the concept of reinventing, redesigning. So what is this reinventing and redesigning about? Okay, so what we describe as first order innovations, these are prevalent among many technology rich learning environments and being implemented under the notion that by leveraging many of these tools together, it produces a different kind of, you can say, a dramatically different education climate. Now, other technologies are more disruptive innovations, okay, which are appearing on the periphery of the educational landscape. Okay. So what we have to understand is now when we talk about in reinvention or redesigning, what is that has got added? Okay, so there are a number of learning environments going beyond this. For what purpose? To reinvent the fundamental model, which you can see on the left hand side, which drives the organization, any school or any college of learning and teaching. And in doing this way, we transcend the transformation through technology, because technology is not used as a lever to climb up, but rather it is used to appropriately fill in the methods and approaches in their redesigning. Okay, so we have to think about all these things when you talk about technology, that how do you reinvent certain things, because customization is very important. You cannot have one formula and one rule for all of the type of learners which we have. So technology is there, pedagogy is there, and all these other steps are also there. We have to reinvent and redesign based on our own requirements. So that is something which, again, when we think about use of technology, integration of technology for optimal benefit of the learners, the end user, the learner, the final learner also has to be taken into account. What is the learner's requirement? And now this is again on the right hand side. If you could see, there is a place where you can put your thoughts. Now these are thoughts without any specific question attached to it. These are thoughts which can come to your mind when you are listening to this particular slide and the explanation about that. I have kept it as an open environment, because whatever comes to your mind, you can put it. Why do you need to integrate technology? So what are we talking about in this particular slide? We are talking about, of course, we know what is the use of technology and etc. But why do we actually need to integrate? What are the exact things which are at the background, which comes to your mind when we say that the technology has to be integrated, etc. So the first and the foremost thing to understand is that technology is ubiquitous. Okay, it is available everywhere. Everywhere it is available, right? So that is what has to be understood. So once you take this as an assumption that this is going to be there, like somebody wrote in the first reflection, right? It is going to be there. It is not going to go away. COVID pandemic just brought it closer and faster. Technology and everything was supposed to enter. It was entering, but this process was slow. COVID pandemic and everything, lockdown, everything has done what? It has brought it in an emergency situation, and it has opened up so many different things for the academicians, for the educators, which we have to ponder upon. So the first point is technology is ubiquitous. I can see some people are writing very nice thoughts. Like, for example, Alka Bansal says to make students future ready. Okay, this is a very good point, to utilize the vast resource of knowledge. Okay, some people are still writing. So take your time, friends, so not to worry, because I'm going to be there on this slide for the next at least 5-6 minutes. So more than that probably. So you have some time to give a response to that. So 8 out of 55 people are responding. Once majority people respond, I'll show you that slide also. So why to integrate technology? To help the students acquire the skills they need to survive in a complex, highly technological, knowledge-based economy. Again, going back to the theme of this particular webinar or FTP, it's about national education policy. What does NEP vision statement says? The NEP vision statement says, what kind of generation do we want to make? We want to create through this education system. We want a generation of next generation of learners who will make India a knowledge superpower, which India was for thousands of years before the invaders came to us. So how do you achieve in transforming our country, our nation into a technology and knowledge superpower? It is only when you give it to the next generation learners. So why do we need to integrate technology to help the students acquire the skills? See, in a physical classroom, all of us are teachers for last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. We have been doing this kind of work for a lot of time. Everything in a classroom has a limit. And everything in a classroom of 50 students, 60 students, 120 students, it is very, very difficult. How do you address this? So we cannot just go on like producing mass graduates every year without anything inside their brains, right? Are they employable? So these are big questions in our mind. Do they have those some kind of soft skills which are required for them to be there in a situation where they are going to get employed? So many companies, when they do campus recruitment, they come up with this kind of difficulties that whatever graduates, postgraduates we take, we have to invest upon them for the next 6 months so that they get acquainted to the skills which they require to be there in our organization. So why do we need to integrate technology? To help the students acquire the skills which they need to survive in a complex system, which is a very real life practical system scheme, and a highly technologically enabled and knowledge-based kind of economy. There are 4 key components of quality learning. And again, when we are talking about these 4 key components, I would like every one of you to respond with reference to these 4 key components. How do you incorporate them in today's, if the technology is removed and there is no technology, how do you ensure these key components in your physical classrooms? So is it easy? Is it difficult? If you bring in technology, how easy you can have as far as implementing or achieving those components? You can give your thoughts. Okay, take time, because this is as I said, this is not a monologue. This is a dialogue. This is a discussion. I would be happy if people respond to these 4 key components also in their whatever they would like to respond to and reflect upon. So active engagement is one of the key component of learning. Now, how just reflect upon in our classrooms, in our daily classroom, how actively we are able to engage our learners. And when we say engaging, means engaging in an academic way. Do we have some time in which we can have some kind of discussions going on in the classrooms? How do we take care of participation of the students in groups? So group discussions, what we call as participative learning. If that is removed, really, is it going to be possible for the learners to learn something better in a better way? So active engagement, participation in groups, these are important components when we talk about quality learning. Frequent interaction with the teachers, interaction with the mentors, interaction with the peers, interaction with the society, interaction with the experts in the society. So many things of interactions are there. It is not interaction between X and Y. It is different types of interaction, different levels of interaction. How frequently is it happening in our regular environment where we don't have technology, for example? And even if they interact, is there any feedback mechanism which we have, wherein the learners will get a feedback about whatever they have been interacting upon? These feedback systems are very important, because if they are missing in it, then the learners are definitely not going to learn in a holistic way. The moment you get some feedback, okay, that gives you an idea about, okay, what you were thinking about, is it on the right path, is it on the wrong path, you have got confused, the misconceptions and the missed concepts. Okay, when I say the second word, it was MISSED, missed concept. So when something is delivered, okay, there are 2 possibilities to happen. One is a particular concept is completely missed from the learners, and the other is understanding it in a different way, in a wrong way. So misconceptions. So the feedback mechanism is for what purpose? It is a customized and constructive feedback mechanism which takes care of the misconceptions and the misconcepts. Connection with the real world experts. So this is again very important. NEP talks about academia industry collaboration. UGC very recently, based on NEP, just last week has come up with a draft, and it is in public domain for your response and reflections. What is it about? Professor for practice, POP. So there's an expert in the society. Okay, that expert may not have a PhD degree and MPhil or a NetSet kind of formal degree to become a teacher. But yes, he is practicing something for last 20, 30, 40 years and got an expertise on that. That fellow now, because of the NEP and the UGC decision, can become a professor of practice in a distinguished institution, in a university. It's a very wonderful idea. We experience such kind of experts in our locality, wherever if we look around, we'll find so many good people. In fact, our parents of our students, they are experts in so many different fields. Very recently, I was in one of the international school in Mumbai, and the principal of that school told me that they have, it's a Cambridge education school. So they told me that the principal talked to a few parents, and 8 parents came voluntarily to the principal and said, we would like to deliver some kind of skill-based courses to your students, to the school students. So it was quite interesting that the parents are now involved. The parents are chartered accountants, the parents are doctors, the parents are engineers, the parents are managers, they are big in corporate companies, they are professionals. So many different types of parents are there, right? So engaging with the real world experts is also very important. So with that, let me just see how many people have responded. And okay, 17 out of 56 have responded. So it's time to share my screen and show what you people have responded. Interesting. Okay, there is something which is left blank, no problem. So we need to teach, we need to use technology to reach out to learners in remote areas. Yes, also we need to have resources to address the diversity in learners. Very good. Connecting to real world experts, as you have written, very nice point. Then to make students ready for the future. Vast resource of knowledge that is available, utilize technology in making innovative thinkers, very good, and solution providers. Alka madam, this is a very good point which you have written, because this reminds me of a very nice quote from Kailash Satyarthi, whom I met in 2021 during the lockdown itself in Jabalpur. And he said a very nice statement he made. And he said that India is a problem of 1,000 problems. That is, so we have so many problems, right? So he said this, and he took a pause at that point, and then he concluded, and he said, see, India is a nation with 1,000 problems, but it is also a nation of billion solutions. So that concluding part was quite interesting, because that gave us a thought that yes, we do have so many problems, but who is going to provide the solution finally? So if the solution also has to come from the society, the same society itself, and it is our nature as Indian, okay, we are very good in making jugaad. Okay, people around the world will think of different things, inventions to do certain things, but Indians will do some jugaad and locally and get it done. Okay, so solution providers, a very nice point. It helps to learn many skills. Online participation in activities can be enhanced. It can provide more information beyond textbooks. Also provides active learning experience. Yeah, please do write your name so that we can also give acknowledgement to the valid points which you people are posting here. Okay, Supriya says to cement the knowledge and skills acquired during teaching learning process. Yes, cementing of knowledge and skills, a very good point. Helps to develop the foundation so learning and understanding can be effective and easier. Good point. Technology is rapidly taking over the world and interviewing resource for child-centered education. Prepares them for future world-class classrooms. Yes, so on 5th of September 2022 in Mumbai University. So what Cinderella writes, I can just resonate that. Our Vice Chancellor shared his experience of his US visit. And he said he was taken to a big hall. It's in kind of auditorium, which is a classroom. And there is a teacher standing in front of that one end of the classroom. And on the other end is a big wall. It's a big LED wall. And on what is that on that LED wall? So you can see his students from various geographical locations. He is teaching to people at the same instant. He is teaching to people from different zones, time zones also. And there is a completely technology enabled environment where the teacher is going to each video wall of a learner, and clicking on that makes it enabled for the particular learner to respond, to ask a question. So hundreds and hundreds of people on the video wall, and there is that one teacher which is interacting with them, and things are being delivered. So future world, future classrooms, how they are going to change. This is what technology power we have to understand. To create an environment where all the unique learners feel involved in teaching. Very good, Mary. This is, of course, this is so valid, because what is missing is the learners are not getting involved. In fact, Mary, what you have written is there in one of my slides also, in the coming slides. So I'm very happy to see this point. To make education child-centered as per the changing times, very good. To actively engage students, yes. Sister Jerry writes to foster students' engagement in audio-visual learning, because what is the purpose of audio-visual learning, right? That also we are going to talk about, and the growth in their learning process for life. Lifelong learning. Interactive classrooms is written by somebody. Okay, so good. 4 key components can be implemented by having discussions. Very good. Creating please write your name, which is such a good thing you have written. Creating a motivating and encouraging environment for all to come forward and participate in a group, giving honest feedback, right? Negative or mistakes can be addressed in a, again, it's Mary again. Okay. I hope there are two Marys, or the same Marys writing again. Okay.
There are 2 Marys.
Okay, fine. Then Prarthana says the use of technology can help student engagement for auditory and visual learning. Yes, very valid. So this, as I said, we are going to talk about it. And Supriya says active engagement. How do you do that active engagement? She writes, students usually be passive in a class during the lecture method. Yes, you're true. You're right. So integrating technological tools available for active response-based learning will help to grab their attention and incorporate the students in the learning process. It's a very good thought, Supriya, as what you have written, because it again goes back to the point of getting them involved. See, there is a disconnect. Now that disconnect has to be addressed by the use of technology. Because we are teaching our students, we understand what kind of behavioral and other issues are there in a physical classroom. We need to bring some kind of dynamic environment. So how do you do that? When everybody feels this is my classroom, this is something where I should be there, then only we will be able to take them forward on this learning path. Okay, Dr. Mabel writes, everyone gets an opportunity to answer. A very good point, including those who hesitate to answer. Excellent. Previous frequency of interaction can be increased. Misconceptions can be clarified, referring to misconceptions. A very, very nice point written by Dr. Mabel. Okay, so Pooja says builds in creative confidence and also openness to artificial intelligences as not threatening but enabling environments. True. Sometimes it happens, it becomes like a bad dream also if we don't do it in the proper way. So we have to take care of these things. And as far as artificial intelligence and other things goes, of course, we are going to discuss it in the next coming slides. Okay, so Dr. Hina writes, it incorporates educational content into digital games by engaging learners. A very good point. And as I said, no, this is a good experience for me also. And it also highlights one very important point, which I can definitely share with you at this juncture, is that we are all on the same line of thoughts as far as this particular concept is concerned. Because maybe digital games or artificial intelligence or multimedia resources or the students' involvement, all that you people are what you're writing currently is what also is there in this particular presentation. So it's a good thing that we all teachers are on one particular line of thought as far as the
Hello, sir. Is the internet? I think sir has lost connection.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, sir is back again.
Am I audible to all of you? Can I get some responses?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now you're audible,
Yeah,
sir.
I think my Zoom got automatically disconnected for some while.
Yes.
I don't know how.
Yes.
Where was I when it got disconnected? Can you remind me?
Sir, you were doing discussion of your periodic slides, sir.
Okay, fine. So Dr. Sujana was writing this, no, geographical boundaries. So I was explaining that in the lockdown, we did the training wherein we had to explain the teachers why to use technology and how to use technology, and why was already known to them, because without technology in the lockdown, they were not able to reach out to the learners. Now we are doing reverse training programs.
Sir, is your hello, sir?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
The major issue with the internet, probably, let me just check. It is getting disconnected again and again. I'll just shift it to something else. Okay. Let me shift to some other internet connectivity so that we don't face this problem again and again. Okay. So I hope I'm once again audible to.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Fine. So we have received 24 responses out of 59 people who have joined. How many participants are there? 72. So still some people have not joined. That's okay. Where are they looking at whether they're looking at this particular response or not? Let me share this screen. Okay. So Cambridge board has multiple resources, is written by somebody in the form of simulations. And yes, we are going to talk about simulations also. So overall, I can see good responses coming up, good reflections coming up, and this is quite interesting, right? So let us go back to our peer deck, right? Let me also stop screen sharing. Yeah. So what is the next slide about? How does it enhance our quality? So this again is something, a question which is there in the mind of many people. And of course, you on your experience also can respond simultaneously on the text box given on the right hand side of the red. Some points I have mentioned here. Some points I think you also can just enter into the text box, because it is our experience which gives us some kind of thoughts on this particular question. How does it enhance our quality? Because what we are discussing today is quality assurance, and what we are also discussing quality assurance in use of technology for optimal learning of the learners. So technology also changes the way the teachers teach. It is not only how the learners learn. So what we people most of the time talk about, the learning of the students, the learners, it enhances. It is true, but it also changes so many things inside the teacher. The way we teach a particular subject, just think about your own self. you're teaching mathematics, physics, chemistry, humanities, some history subject, if technology, now how are you teaching it? So our own subject knowledge. So there's a good joke also on that, which I had heard from one of my maths professors itself, but long back when I was in junior college. Three friends, English professor, a physics professor, and a maths professor, they sit together and they share their thoughts are currently in such a nice way, but still they didn't understand the feelings between Romeo and Juliet. So the physics professor says, oh, I taught them the Newton's 3 laws of motions for 3 times, and still they didn't understand which is the first law and which is the second law. Then comes the chance of the maths professor, and he is equally sad, and he says, my situation is still worse. They said, what happened? I thought that even I understand. Saying teachers also, they also learn so many different things. Their way of teaching also changes. So which offers educators effective ways to reach different types of learners and assess the students' understanding through different multiple means. So see, so many things put in one statement. Teachers also learn so many things, so their teaching also changes. Learners also learn so many different things. So that also is very important. And the teachers now can handle different types of learners. The teachers can do different assessment strategies for the holistic understanding and learning of their learners in different ways. Teachers grow into the roles of an advisor, of a content expert, of a coach, of a mentor, and of course, friend, philosopher, guide is always there. Technology integration also changes the classroom dynamics, because it is very important. Otherwise, how our classrooms would have been. So what is the need of this technology integration? What is that is going to add value to that is the classroom dynamics. How the classrooms were conducted prior to the integration of technology and post the usage of technology. So your classroom becomes very dynamic in nature. Experience that. And when we are doing this, we have to do a lot of experiments. Okay, some experiments may work, some experiments may fail. So don't worry about that. But it changes the entire classroom dynamics, and that is what increases the satisfaction level of the teachers and increases the acceleration. It increases the learning of the learners. So there is a learning acceleration which happens because of a dynamic classroom. Okay, what is the problem in the old methodology is that we somehow tell our students to just fold your hands and finger on your lips. Now, why we used to do that? Because we thought that is how discipline is going to be. But we need to come out of that thought where we are going to bring discipline by making them keep their mouth shut and folded hands and do nothing in the classroom. So we are in fact killing their entire creativity, innovation, discussion, whatever is coming up there. So many thoughts are coming up in their mind. We are all forcefully stopping them by saying them, you should not talk in the classroom, you should not do anything in the classroom, just keep quiet and listen to what I'm saying. That's all. Okay, now that classroom dynamics, if you are going to increase it, change, if you want to change it, you want to bring into the technology inside that. Encourages student-centered project-based learning. Again, coming back to NEP, what NEP says is experiential learning in the foundational stage. And so many different thoughts have been brought into NEP implementation. So ECC is going to change. Focus is there. So we need to encourage student-centered project-based learning, which will increase the productivity of the teachers, the efficiency of the learners. So where are we handling this quality aspect? Okay, the quality aspect is coming from these two things. Okay, so let me read some responses and I'll just share my screen once again because I've got good responses again from Some of you, not all of you, of course, 15 of you have responded. If you can see my screen, 15 out of 59 people have responded. So that's okay, fine. Some of you are still thinking, probably you need to think aloud. You need to think with me. One person is going to dominate and you are going to just follow. So it's a mutual thing which is going to get evolved. So Dr. Rajkumari writes, meet the various needs of learners, enhancing their learning. Dr. Agnes says, due to technology, teachers as well as students become prosumers. It's a combination, a good word. It's a combination of producers and consumers of content. So very often I have learned from my students that builds better rapport with the learners. So this is in fact a very, you can say, genuine thought, a sincere thought which has come from you, Dr. Agnes, because in Sanskrit also we have this very nice phrase which says Baladapi Subhashitam Grahyam. Okay, so Baladapi Subhashitam Grahyam is whatever a child also, whatever he says, it's just like a Subhashit for you. So now today's generation is like that. And as far as the teacher-student relation is concerned, there is one more very nice phrase which is there in Sanskrit, which says Shishyat Ichet Parajayam. If in your life you want to experience a parajay, a failure, it should be from your student. That is the best thing in the life of the teacher. So both these things are in sync with what you have written, that you have learned from your students, which is how we teachers also, as I said, our teachers teaching also enhances, we learn so many different things. And that's a very good, sincere thought which has come from your side. I'm happy to read that. Okay, so still unknown responses. I am not able to share who has written this, but of course, teaching subjects like mathematics has become easier because of the use of various tools like GeoGebra. If you would have written your name, I would have been very happy to share it with all of you, because this is exactly, because I am also a mathematics teacher and have been conducting so many workshops on GeoGebra. The smile on the face of teachers when they learn GeoGebra, and the happiness on the face of the learners when they are exploring it, because now you are giving into their hands a tool to play with the mathematical concepts. Any abstract concept, like the first thing which I learned in GeoGebra, sorry to divert the issue because it's maths, so I can't stop myself. But the first thing which I learned from GeoGebra is the concept of limit of a function. For me, it was so abstract when I learned in my BSc that for every epsilon greater than 0, there exists a delta greater than 0, then this happens and then happens. I asked my teacher 10 times, you please explain, I have not understood anything. But GeoGebra applet made it so simple and so easy to understand the first half of the first statement of that definition. For every epsilon greater than 0, there exists a delta greater than 0. Now, those who are from maths background probably will understand what I said just now. But even if you have not understood, the point here is, yes, software, tools, technology, they take you to a different level of understanding of abstract concepts, abstract thinking. So very, very good point. Whoever has written this, I'm very happy to read it. Farheen says it will cater to the need of every learner and help teacher to transact her objective of learning effectively. For example, be it learning by doing, okay, or somebody's mic is on. Can you just put it off for some time?
Admin, somebody 645738. That's the name. Can't see the name. Admin, please put that off, mic off. Hello, admins. Please put 645738. Mute the person, please.
Forgot to mute the mic.
Until I noticed to me. Now until I knew. Anju will speak. I think.
Hello, admins. Tech team, please take care of this.
Yes, that's right.
645738. That's the.
Yes, it is seen on the screen, but
You have to
Please
just take
mute.
your mouse to that particular participant, and there is an option to mute. So you can just mute that option. Make it
Done,
mute.
sir. Done, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yes, no, that's okay. So sometimes these errors happen. This is how technology functions, right? So we are getting first-hand experiences also. Not a problem. But despite of 2 years of COVID, we need to learn more on muting and unmuting also. No problem. So Sister Gladys says, yes, technology helps the teachers and the students in the teaching learning process tremendously by providing first-hand informations and latest updates also. So getting the updates, regular updates, that is also good. Somebody has written no more rote memorization. Why to learn certain things by heart, which anyway it's a piece of information. Then enhancing the students for 21st century life skills, a very important point, right? So good things. Spinel has written the concepts become more easy to understand, makes learning exciting and enjoyable. True. Then Mansi says creates a more engaged environment where teachers are connected to the students. Okay, good. Siola says I hope I have pronounced it correctly. It increases student engagement, also facilitates personalized learning. Very true. And makes classes more lively. Yes. Okay. Multi-sensory education opportunities caters to diverse learners, Cinderella says. Okay. Great. Fine. So let me come back again to the slide. Yeah. So next slide again. Now, this is again an open question for all of you. It's a very interesting thing because the title of the session is use of, not till now we were talking about use of technology, right? Now we are shifting to the second half of the statement, use of technology for optimal learning environment. Now, how do you take care of this optimal learning? What exactly? So what you have to answer in the text is the doable things, the actionable things. What should you do so that the learning optimizes? Okay, so I would be interested to read some actionable action verbs. Okay, what is that you're looking for? So one response only I have received. Okay, that is yet to be transformed. So take 4 or 5 minutes. We are not in a hurry to come to conclusions. Of course, the next slide does talk about the optimal learning experiences and environments and the doable things also. But before I show you my slide, I would be interested to see what you people are thinking about it, or what, based on your experience, is the things to do to optimize the learning of your learners. Okay, can I get some bullet points, specific points? Specific. So don't be general. Don't give a thought, because the thought is already there in your mind. Good, interesting. So 10 people have started responding. 13 people have started responding. So I'll just give a count before I actually show you the screen, because this screen, I'm sure all of you would be interested and you will love to read the responses which you people have written. So for me also, it's a good experience as always, because this is a core question which we are discussing today in this particular session, that how do you optimize the learning? Okay, of course, the background is use of technology, but in general, what is that will optimize the learning of the learners? Doing what? And once you have this thought in your mind, doing what, then you will be easily connecting it with technology. And yes, you will be achieving your targets. Okay, 20 people have started responding out of 59. So 70 means 10 people at least are still not in, they are disconnected with us. So see, in a class of 70, 60 are participating, 10 are not participating. So this is just like our actual classroom also. So we have a group of 10 people in our session today who are actually disconnected with this session itself. I'm saying because there may be some technological issues also. So at somebody's end, that internet is not working. Like I'm in my office right now, but still somehow the Wi-Fi is fluctuating. So I have to shift to the hotspot. So maybe it's some kind of technical reasons why people are not able to connect with us. But if they would have connected, I would be more happy to see and read the responses. Good. So 25 people have started responding. And as I said, I am interested now in bullet points, in action verbs. Okay, what is exactly that will optimize the learning? Okay, some examples also can be that particular thing. Good. So 25, and let me get 4 or 5 more. And once we reach 30, I think we can read out the responses. And then of course, I'll show you my slide, because that also has listed certain things. 26. Slowly we are getting towards 3030, which is less than 50% of the attendance, but yes, still it's okay. Ideally 35 would be better, but I'm happy with to begin with 30 so that we can also, because we have to finish. Just to understand that till what time we have to conduct the session. If Cynthia ma'am, you can just share your thought on that. It's up to.
Yes, sir. 12 o'clock, we have got another session, sir, lined up.
Okay,
I
fine.
yeah.
So I have 8
Yes, you
minutes
can,
in my
yes,
hand.
sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so better would be to show 27 responses, right? So let me share my screen here again. We'll quickly read out those points which you people have shared. Okay, so involvement of all the students, especially individualized learning according to their pace. That's okay. So Sister Delicia, you have written correct. I want, as I said, some doable things. Make use of different games or crossword puzzles. This is a doable, actionable thing. Very good point. Then games. Again, somebody else also has written games, making it more learner-centric. How? My question is how? How? Freedom, creating acceptable environment allows to express. Okay, this is a good point, but I want to know how learning. Fine. Effective presentation of content. Okay. So presentation is again on the teacher's side, teachers to take care. So integrating content, connecting with real life. Okay. Focusing on skill development rather than content. Okay. By paying more attention to students' needs and use the appropriate technology. Okay. Finish a short chapter that will help the learner manage their own learning plan. Okay. Taking sessions, making learning plan, Fabia says, more students participation, multi-sensory approach. Yes, correct, Bhakti. Game-based learning, again, game has got more takers. Blended learning also has more takers. Activity method, a good point. Field work, okay. Taking periodic breaks, okay, that is also good. No, not a problem. Okay, some people are still writing. Let us move to the slide. Okay, good points. Let us go to the slide which talks about this optimal learning. How and when? So universal design of learning, you might have heard about UDL. What is this UDL? Universal Design for Learning. It talks about principles. Okay, they have designed some principles for teacher plans, lesson plans. Which will ensure the teacher readiness and student engagement. So learning by doing, many people have responded also for that, learning for doing. Learning to learn is what NEP says now. So going beyond, going one step further is not only learning by doing, but making them or teaching them how to learn. That is making them self-dependent. So somebody has very rightly written in the previous slide as a response that to make them independent, to make them self-independent. So that is how it will happen. So you teach them how to learn. The rest all is a part of, see, transformation from information to knowledge is the job of the teacher. Not giving information is a job of the teacher. Information can be given by Google also. It can be given by, who is that robot generally called as? And what is the name of the robot?
Alexa, sir. Alexa.
Alexa. Good. Okay, so optimal learning environment, when does it happen? When engagement is there, when the learners get engaged, when they get discussed, okay, when they come together. Optimization of or a balance of instructional time and interactive learning time. So how much time in a classroom do you give for instructions and how much time you give for interactions? Optimization happens when they get a hearing. Somebody listens to them, somebody gives them a ear. उसका भी सुनना है, त्याचं पण ऐकायचं त्या विद्यार्थ्याचं. So it is not only that we have to just go and talk, we have to also listen. Opportunities to participate, to explore, to discuss. I recently came across a school in Nalasupara, St. Billy Broad's International School, Innovation School. Cynthia ma'am knows about it. I came to know about one very unique activity they do, and in just 1 or 2 sentences I'll explain them because we are running short of time. And it is about SLPM, student-led parents meeting. Now in schools, how does parents meeting happen? There is a open house day where the parents go to the school and the teachers display what their children have done, right? Now this school has brought a very innovative thought wherein the students only present their performance to the parents. Teachers don't go into the classroom and show it to parents. So parents come sit in the classroom. There's a good video. If you just do a YouTube search with SLPM, student-led parents meeting, it's a quite interesting video to watch. The students prepare their entire document, what they want to show to their parents. And they say, this is how I have performed, where I have not performed properly, where I have performed as far as the other students are concerned better, is what the child explains to his parents. Now, this is quite interesting and innovative thing to do. I was very happy that the person who has the school, Willy Broad, he has got a very good award also from Infosys for this particular thing. So this is what is a few points, including I didn't write more because I was expecting it to be there in the responses also. So therefore, these are a few points for you to think about. Fine. So let us go to the next. Now we'll not take more of time here because it's 11:57. I was expecting it to be 10:45 to 12:15 because generally we have a session of 90 minutes, but not a problem. What is this place for? This place is for us to, you can later on take this presentation from me and you can draw it yourself. I wanted you to think about where in my actual teaching in the classroom and other than classroom, where do I bring into technology? Which are the locations where we can bring into technology? So this is, I wanted you people to write, but unfortunately, I will not be able to give you more time. So I'm just skipping this slide, but later on you can think of it. The next slide is actually the answer to this previous slide. I'll just briefly read out the bullet points and you people are now, as I understand, are very learned audience. So you'll be able to elaborate on that on your own. Research is an area where we can use technology for optimal learning. So improvement in doing research, different types of research, cutting edge research, research required for the society, research for resurgence. This is where we can use technology. Communication with the learners. And when I say communication, it is effective communication with the learners. You people have already mentioned this, so I'm not explaining again. Gamification, to bring into fun environment, wherein we'll be using different multimedia resources for visualization purpose. Multimedia includes audio, video, images, graphics, right? It also includes animations, simulations. So think about all different possibilities of use of multimedia in a proper proportion as per the requirement, not just because you want it to be there. It is not because of that. The purpose also should be there for the use of multimedia. Assessments, variety of assessments throughout formative as well as summative, creating different rubrics, testing the different competencies level, social competency, emotional competency, the capacities of the learners, how that can be slowly and gradually increased as per the level of education, grade 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, and the further levels of education, 10, 12, graduation, post-graduation. So assessment on these capacity levels. Virtual collaborations, which is not possible in a physical environment, you can take them to museums, use of artificial intelligence. We are talking about that. AR, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality. There is a reality, but it is virtual. So you want to show them a museum, you want to go and show them different places where physically it would not be possible. Take them for an industrial visit, take them to a sugar factory, take them to an ice factory, taking them to different locations, virtual collaborations with different experts, different teachers. Flexibility in the system. Why to use technology? Where to use? To bring into flexibility. Self-paced learning. So somebody was talking about each catering to each learner's requirement, personalized learning experiences, accessibility to take across this learning experience to everybody. And then learning by doing is to create curiosity. So that is very important. The moment you make a child curious, okay, your content makes the child curious, it is good. So just to conclude with this particular point, TV serials, what do you watch? The serial is, the episode of 30 minutes is actually for 20 minutes. 10 minutes is advertisement. In the last segment, before they take a break for the next day, they show you a clip of 30 seconds, which is so much making you curious that you wait for 24 hours to watch the next part of the serial. Now that is creating curiosity amongst your learners. So you can think it in that way. Fine. So this closes my session. So just to bring in front of you what are the challenges. This was another slide which I created, but because the time is over, let us close it to find the challenges. The challenges will be obviously there, but we are here to, as I said, India is a country with so many problems, but also 1 billion solutions. Accessibility, government is taking initiative. We also have to take it to the part. Equity, maintaining the quality when you are using technology and different e-content related things, training of teachers, parents, students, content creation, adapting a particular content already created, adopting it into our system. Okay, too much. So sometimes it becomes too much of technology. Okay, what is the problem of this? Because the understanding of pedagogy is not there. A physical classroom teaching learning pedagogy is separate from online teaching learning or technology integrated teaching learning. So that distinguishing factor has to be understood. Without taking that into care, if you try to bring in a lot of technology, that also will be a problem. Support services are required as far as this entire exercise is concerned. So with these challenges in front of us and the understanding of use of technology and use of integration of technology, before we conclude and somebody proposes vote of thanks, I would be happy to read what in the last 35-40 minutes you have understood from this particular, or is a takeaway for you in this particular session. We'll just close this with this slide open, and of course people would be responding to that when the vote of thanks
इसका आया क्या सर? भंडारे का, रूपाली भंडारे का आया ना?
I don't know who is Rupali Bhandare. Okay, so I'm showing this screen with all of you. It is being shared, and meanwhile we can also continue with the formal vote of thanks, or anything anybody wants to add, that also is possible. So I'm open for that, not a problem. So we can, I think, conclude here with the expectation that yes, everybody will be definitely interested to take these things into consideration when you are integrating the technology. So thank you very much for your patient listening, hearing, and more than that, your very active participation. I was very happy to see so many of you putting your thoughts in this. So this is a very good thing which I have observed today, and I'm very happy in fact that you people have participated in such a way. So from my side, thank you very much, and I'll keep the screen shared because I want all of you to see the responses, because what is the takeaway for you is what was my question. So meanwhile, you can just go ahead with the next part. I can see probably the next person also has joined, so I should not take more of time from the others time. So thank you very much. It was a good learning experience for me once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to stop you, but yes, vote of thanks is part of the session. On behalf of our manager, Sister Ansela, Principal Dr. Mabel Pimenta, faculty, staff, and students of Pushpanjali College of Education, and all the participants, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our expert speaker, Shri Mandar Bhanushe sir. Thank you, sir, for an enlightening and engaging session. You have practically demonstrated use of assistive technology to create active learning environment. Sir, we are grateful to you for sharing your remarkable understanding of the way learners learn and how a teacher has to make technology an integral part of the classroom functions. Yes, it is time for us to change classroom dynamics. Learning to learn is the new mantra for all the teachers to remember. And yes, sir, you have shown us how technology can be the way. I also thank all the participants for being such an active audience. It has made the session so very interesting and lively. Thank you so much, sir, for such a lively session, very entertaining also. We didn't even know when the time was over and when the time came for us to conclude. So thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Pushpanjali College for giving me this opportunity to learn on this particular topic better, whatever were my thoughts I have shared, and I'm very happy to see some more thoughts coming up. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it is over to Mrs. Angelina Nunes for the next session.
Anju, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, sorry for that. Thank
Yeah,
you,
yeah, we can hear you.
Sheetal. Thank you, Dr. Sheetal. Now, good afternoon, dear participant. Warm welcome to paper reading session. The order of the paper presenter is as follows. Please note down. The number 1 is Dr. Pooja Birwatkar. Second, Dr. Hina Wadhwani. Third, Dr. Hema and Miss Alka. Fourth, Dr. Vithoba Samant and Miss Tejal. Fifth one, Miss Pooja Tiwari and Miss Hikini Datta. And sixth one, Dr. Cinderella Dimelu. Okay. Now, each presenter will get 5 to 6 minutes. My humble request to all, please mute your mic. Okay. Now I invite Dr. Pooja Pirwatkar.
Is Pooja there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yes, Pooja.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just share my screen?
You have given sharing rights to
Okay,
everyone.
thank you.
So, Dr. Pooja Birwatkar from KG Somaya College of Education, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. My paper is on design thinking, whether we jump on the bandwagon or cogitate a while. And while we look into design thinking, we do, of course, understand that design thinking is a very buzzword that is there. And of course, with the national education policy coming in, it has really revolutionized the way we think about education.
Pooja,
And
1 second. Can you put your video on? Or you
ma'am,
don't want it on? No problem.
Ma'am, actually, my desktop doesn't have
No
camera.
problem. No problem. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
So we were talking about this design thinking as being a buzzword, but when I look at design thinking, it is basically looking at wicked problems and seeking solutions. Now, wicked problem is a very interesting word that we use in the design context, and these are nothing but the problems that we see in our everyday life. But what makes design thinking so very unique is that we begin with the user, the one who's encountering the problem, and we put empathy at the very core of design thinking. Now, again, coming back to design thinking, we've all been designers, and design is not a very uncommon word. In fact, all the professionals do require engagements in design. So when we look at the literature, it does say that design, though it's a buzzword which has been propagated worldwide by the Stanford Design School and IDEO and Google Sprints, etc. But design thinking in the world of academia has been there for the past 30 years. But now, of course, we have started largely talking about it. The nature of it is very, very abductive. And like sir was talking some time back about technology, and we were talking about creative problem solving. So design thinking is also focusing on creative problem solving. And as I again quote national education policy, we look at national education policy hugely focusing on artificial intelligence and design thinking, and very soon we will see design thinking as something that would be encompassing all our educational levels. Now, that also brings us to an understanding about what are the characteristics of design thinking. I'm not going into the details because of lack of time, but it does talk about something which we are talking too much about, that is innovation, creativity, resilience, acceptance of failures, readiness, openness, open-ended user-driven problems and the solutions, tolerance for ambiguity, and of course empathy, which is a very, very important, I would say, value to dominate our education systems. Now, again, these are some of the models of design thinking. I'm not going into the details of the models, but this is how we conceptualize design thinking from Google Sprints point of view, or we look at the Stanford School, or we look at IDEO, or we look at Designs for Change, the FIDS model. And these are some of the different models. But if you see feeling, empathies, or and imagination do form a very crux along with ideations and prototyping. Now, the crux of my paper would be, when we look at design thinking, what kind of amalgamations do I look at design thinking in context of education? Now, there's a very interesting study which was done by Law in 2017, and this study actually reviewed almost 70 journal articles, books and reports from a number of databases like ProQuest and Ebesco and Google Scholar, and the time period was from 2005 to 2016. Now, the study revealed that when we think about design in the context of education, we look at design thinking in curriculum, design thinking as a teaching learning approach, and design thinking and in the context of teacher training. Again, a very important study done by Roth revealed that there are different competencies like prototyping, emotional skills, perspectives, empathy, and design mindsets which develop. Issues related with design thinking are very, very real world. Students become better team players because collaboration is again one of the focal areas of design thinking. 21st century learning, we are talking so much about the skills needed for that. Open-ended and bridging the theory and the practice gaps that are there, and also ideation processes, systems, which all need to be very learner-centered and of course in tune and in sync with the needs of the learners. Now, a very important study done by Johnson said that when we look at education as a very dynamic field, we look at design offering lot of scope as a meta theory in deliberation on problem solutions. That also brings us to the realization that are teachers actually designers? Are these two different connotations that we use, or do we see a real connect between teachers and designers? In fact, a study by Norton said that teachers are very similar to designers. In fact, teachers are designers of classroom transactions, engagements, and learning experiences. Teachers do have to now make a shift from their earlier domains, which were very, very traditional, to now becoming constructors and designers. And dynamic creative designers as well as practitioners are how we are going to associate with teachers of the future. And learning experiences must be there so that they are placed in the role of designer. But that also brings us to certain pertinent questions. Do actually, we are all, most of us are teachers, do we actually consider ourselves to be designers? Does our education system actually acknowledge and credit the teachers and learners to be designers, and in fact both designers in the entire learning process? And are teachers and learners in the education system silent designers, or rather a very, very difficult terrain as it unaware designers? And I think most of us are unaware designers, because design is something that we normally associate with the engineering and the architecture world, and we do not consider that to be fitting well with the education scenarios. Now, my paper basically dwells on looking at two important, crucial questions that I would want to address through the literature review. That does design thinking actually paint a very promising future for our education system, because NEP is largely talking and deliberating on it? And should education systems be overly excited towards adopting design thinking? Now, of course, when we look at the first research question, does it paint a very promising future? And all the reviews have definitely revealed that playful learning, joyful learning, creativity, collaboration, innovation, problem solving are all the outputs that we get while with engagements in design thinking. That also brings in openness to ideas. But another crucial element that fosters is the effective domain. How do I bring in resilience in the face of failures? How do learners deal with uncertainties? What kind of non-judgmental attitudes do we bring forth in the learner? Acceptance, comfort with people from different diversities. How do we look at creative confidence via the design engagements? And how do we actually bring in these student capacity developments? And all these literature reviews have revealed that design has lot of scope when we talk about all this. Now, that also brings us to another burning question when we talk about should we get too excited about this design thinking and jump on everybody adopting design thinking, or should we pause a while and deliberate on the scope of design thinking? Now, when we look at design thinking, most of us are just familiar with it as a word, and studies have revealed that in the context of education, it's a very under theorized and a very understudied area. It can be very ambiguous because it's process oriented, and therefore it can lead to learners experiencing confusions. There are too many cognitive demands placed on the students because you have to think from a very unconventional perspective, yet empathize at the same time. Now, this becomes a little too much for the learners who may sometimes not be motivated enough or not be trained and provided the right kind of platforms. Now, the curriculum
Pooja, sorry to interrupt. Could you wind up, please? Because we have got 5 more people.
So
So sorry.
So just when we look at the curriculum and the design, are there some kind of connections? Now we look at the Indian setups, we do recognize that we have fixated curriculum and timetable and time-bound examinations. So how difficult it would be to implement these design strategies? Again, teachers, they do not have training, they do not have experience. That could be one of the major hurdles. And of course, a lot of misunderstandings on the part of students when teachers fail to bring in the related expectations of the students. And of course, we need a training for teachers so that they are very used to this design thinking. So I'll just quickly conclude and say that design thinking has been instrumental in bringing a paradigm shift, but there are of course challenges ranging from creativity lacks to confusions to ambiguity to dearth of novel ideas to curriculum inflexibility, a lot of constraints, resource and space crunch, insufficient training and motivation. And therefore, before jumping on to adopting design thinking, we need a lot of research, we need a lot of strategies, studying them in depth, a lot of design models and theory validations, which can of course come through researches which are examined in multiple settings and multiple perspectives. Design based curriculums need to be involved, and that's not something that can be done in year or two. It requires a lot of careful planning and thought processing. And of course, corollary to this is what kind of mindsets do teachers have towards adoption of this design thinking pedagogies, and do we suitably address their training aids? So unless and until we don't consider these points, just merely hyping about design thinking and just thinking it to be something that is going to change the future of education would be too preliminary, and I think it is in a very infancy stage. And therefore, to all the participants, I would do request that let us start looking at researches from the design angle and start contributing, because there is a paucity of research in the same area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for wonderful sharing. I request all participants to take only 5 to 6 minutes, because everybody should get the opportunity to present their paper. Now, next participant, I invite Dr. Hina Wadhwani from Seva Sadan College of Education and Research to present her paper.
Good morning, madam. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
So the title of my paper is NEP 2020 and game-based learning. I am sharing my screen. Is it visible? Hello?
No, madam, it is not visible. Otherwise, you can just share your findings. You can just discuss your findings also, will do, madam.
Okay, madam. Okay,
You can
1
just,
minute, 1 minute.
just tell the gist of it also, will.
Okay. Now, when I went through this NEP, there are certain highlights of this policy that when we consider the modern education system, we find that modern teaching aids are being used. And with the growing usage of digital games and applied sciences in learning environment, both teacher educators and learning by students have become easy. So when I went through the entire document of National Education Policy, it was seen that more emphasis has been given on transformation of India's education system to availability and access of high quality of education to everyone. And it also states, NEP also states that your learning should be holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging rather than boredom. So the overall inputs of the reform is that The curriculum and the pedagogy should ensure that learners are actively and joyfully engaged in the teaching learning process rather than passive listeners. Even children's ability can be nurtured in an effective manner if the process of learning is made enjoyable. We all are aware that toys and games attract and fascinate everyone, especially children, and also boost the development of various skills knowingly and unknowingly. So, this national education policy focuses on the interplay of education and technology. National education policy also has led certain standards to encouragement and development of digital content, then fostering betterment of teaching learning process. So it is an approach wherein a student will explore the games through the learning context, and it is designed by the facilitators. Now, there are two important policy perspectives for this game-based learning, which is given in NEP. One is your games for computational thinking, as they have stressed on mathematical skills. So it has laid down an emphasis on the school year, especially the foundational stage. So it believes that certain innovative methods like regularly which we are using puzzle games for mathematical thinking, which will make learning more easy. And we know that during this COVID pandemic period, teachers and students, they are all aware about the digital platforms. They are playing different games like car racing, puzzles, animal, birds. So they are well all aware about it. And second point, which is being mentioned in the policy, that there should be content creation. Digital repository should be there. It should not be kept for oneself, but there should be proper dissemination of these things. That means for fun-based learning, students appropriate tools like different apps, gamification of Indian culture, art, multiple languages. It should be in multiple languages. And along with that, clear operating instructions should also be created. So a reliable backup mechanism is very much necessary in order to disseminate e-content to the student. So just I will give one meaning of game-based learning, that this is a teaching method that uses the power of games to define and support learning outcomes. There are different perspective of this game-based learning, but this game-based learning has now changed its mode because due to this pandemic, COVID, online instruction also, various learning platforms has brought about paradigm shift in the traditional game-based learning to digital game-based learning. When we think about the digital games, it means any game which is played using electronic device, either it can be online or standalone. The result of the interaction builds interactive and virtual environment that enables the players to engage with content. Now, these digital games provide a virtual environment where the students are not limited by physical space or hands-on access to learning materials. This type of instructional method incorporates certain educational content or certain learning principles where we are entirely engaging the learners. There is a need, if we consider the present need, uh, game-based learning plays an important role because it makes learning more impressive, more instructing, as well as it makes students more engaging. And when we think about game-based learning, gamification is very much necessary. They both are used to promote engagement and sustain motivation among the learners. Game-based learning is the training that uses the games, and gamification is the integration of game elements like point system, leaderboards, batches, or different elements are there, which conventionally also we are using when we adopt different games in the classroom. There are different benefits of these digital games. Like I have attended one training of NCRT. In that, the resource person, Madam Indu, she had highlighted certain benefits, like it is very much entertaining, student love games, and it also give initiation to their psychomotor domain. Trial and error method is used because they have to reach a specific learning outcome. Individual feedback is also given automatically. There are certain digital games which provide the feedbacks. When it is useful to shy and introvert students, it can do wonder, and it also encourages collaboration among the learners. In fact, this new technology will teach the four 21st century skills like cooperation, collaboration, critical thinking, and problem solving. I have gone through different content matter, and I came across different online platforms and gamified apps like Edu app is there, Kahoot, Gimkit is there, Quizlet, EduFake is there, Khan Academy, Udemy, Tiny Cards of Duolingo, Duolingo. So there are a number of online platforms where these digital games can be utilized. So here, what is a better form? So whether the teachers like these game-based or not, I have come across certain articles which stresses that 61% of teachers are traditionally using the game-based learning, whereas now they are moving towards digital games in the classroom. Only thing is that they should be aware of the technology which they are using. So when teacher is designing the game, she has to take care that the game is properly designed considering the maturity level of the student. It can be finished product of the commercial game teacher can use in the classroom. She has to think about that which type of game will be suitable for her learners. Different educational games from scratch also she can prepare. Even different commercial prefabricated games can also be used to make her teaching learning process effective.
Sorry
When
to
I went
interrupt, Tina ma'am. Can you just wind up?
Madam, yes, I am winding up, madam. So I had been attended one international webinar on toy-based pedagogy. This is the new approach which is prepared by NCERT NISTA 2. So this toy-based pedagogy is basically following the principles of game-based learning. This toy-based pedagogy is a teaching learning approach which is based on learning through toys and games. Integration of toys and games for learning implies that toys and games are at the center of curriculum with the help in simplifying and clarifying the new concept. Even Narendra Modi ji and MHRD minister, they had attended this particular international webinar, and they stressed that this should be at the priority. And even if we see EDEC and online learning are now mentioned as the key player of education in India, the new education policy marks a fundamental shift and advocates replacing rote learning with innovative and experiential methods such as gamification and apps that can deliver high quality education. So we should have that positive attitude and try to integrate this gamification or toy-based pedagogy in our teaching learning process. Because recently in the month of June, as I told you, there was one NCERT webinar. In that, Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, he addressed the seminar and said that this is the alignment with the new education policy 2020. And our Prime Minister's vision of vocal for local will serve the purpose. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present my experiences related to NEP and game-based learning. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Hina, for sharing NEP 2020 and game-based learning to the audience. Thank you very much. Now, next presenter, Dr. Hema from KJ Somaya College and Miss Alka Bansal from Poddar Innovation Center. I invite them to share their paper.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. So I think you can hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Hema, we can hear you. You can start
thank
your
you.
screen sharing if you wish. Yes.
Yeah. Alka, can you share the screen? Hello? Alka? I think we can go ahead. By that time, Alka will share the screen.
This is better.
Yeah.
Continue.
See, the topic for our presentation is role of NEP in holistic multidisciplinary education, and myself and Alka is presenting this paper. So before that, we should know actually how NEP 2020 proposes to change the pedagogy of education. By changing the approach, we need to first understand that first is what is holistic and multidisciplinary approach. So first is holistic approach means, yeah.
Hema, madam, you continue. I will try sharing from my side.
Yeah.
You continue.
Yeah. Holistic approach means facilitation in such a manner that it leads to the all-round development of the learner, that you can see in the diagram also, which is the second slide, where you can see that when we talk about the all-round development of the learner, which means artistic, social, spiritual, emotional, physical, creative, and intellectual, as shown in the diagram. And this can be achieved only by integrating subjects, that is by diluting the boundaries of discipline. Like when we used to study only the computer studies, or maybe the languages, arts. We never used to study, like art students studying science, or science students studying arts. But through NEP 2020, this is possible, and hence we are taking a multidisciplinary approach. When it comes to benefits of holistic and multidisciplinary approach, that the learners will have, I think somebody is speaking in between. Hello. Yeah. So the benefits of such an approach is that the learners will have the liberty to choose the different courses. Even if they are cross-functional, like science student can take up a course in economics and obtain the credits for his learning. This is possible because when we talk about NEP 2020, it takes, we have to register for academic bank of credit, and through that, it is very easy to transfer the credits from one university to another university. This will ensure that the students learn what they desire to learn and keeping them motivated, and this will bring them the lifelong learners. When we talk about the cross-functional learning, it will be created out of the box thinkers, which is the need of the hour. So problems of the futures are not single disciplinary. So solutions also need to be multidisciplinary. And with this diverse challenges, learners need to be socially, emotionally, physically, mentally competent to make the right choices. So these are some of the benefits of holistic and multidisciplinary education. So now in the diagram, you can see that there are many key principles of NEP 2020, but in the diagram you can see we have mentioned about the eight main key principles, like respect for diversity and local content, then through pedagogy and different policies, and it should be reflected in the curriculum. Then we can see about the equity and inclusion, then community participation, use of technology while you are in your teaching learning process, as rightly said by Mandar. Then we should emphasis on conceptual understanding, then unique capabilities, and then this will bring about the critical thinking and creativity, and this will be built on research and regular assessment to be conducted by the educational experts. Now I request Ms. Alka to continue further with role of NEP.
Thank you
Yes,
so
Alka.
much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
So easier said than done. A lot of inhibitions surrounding NEP and how the teachers and the schools should implement holistic and multidisciplinary approach in education. However, NEP has already started working towards supporting schools to implement this and make this a successful vision. For this, teacher training has been made compulsory for all the schools, and these are some mandatory teaching hours. The best part is these teacher trainings are standardized and are developed by the NEP Planning Commission, so that across the schools and across this network, teachers are trained and brought at par, and they are able to understand the pedagogies and implement the same. The next important step that NEP has taken is already they have started revamping the content and curriculum to align to its goals. That is, they have reduced certain content, they have merged certain content, and they've tried to make it more holistic and multidisciplinary approach. One major step they have taken is to assess through competency-based assessment, which ensures that focus is on skill. So once again, we are looking at holistic development, and there are mandatory periods for arts, physical, and education that the school has to follow. So every child will have an opportunity to participate in different types of activities. Again, working towards the all-round development. Research-based learning has become an integral component. So all the units of learning will have some element which will be based on research, which will ensure that students are becoming innovative thinkers and are problem solvers. Now, all these things will not be given to the result, or the outcomes of this will not be provided in the report cards, which have been very, grades, which just indicate marks or grades, but these report cards are now going to be holistic, indicating this development of competencies and skills in the students. As Hema ma'am rightly pointed out.
Sorry to interrupt. It's time off. You may continue for 1 minute.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. So you will be having a right to choose the cross-functional subject. Compulsory vocational subjects will be there. And because of this, universities will be allowing multiple entry and exit points. And there are new courses designed to ensure that students who are taking cross-functional subjects can benefit from them. With every new change, there are challenges. So school, teachers, students, parents, and curriculum challenges are there. School have financial and infrastructure challenges. Teachers are apprehensive, scared. Students are confused. Parents are anxious. They want to know how things will move out for the future. And of course, challenges with regards to curriculum, because our curriculum has been archaic for so many years. So, changing and adapting is going to be a challenge. Ma'am, the next slide. So one thing that we have come across is which can be a solution to all this problem and to ensure that NAP is implemented successfully is teacher development. So empowering teacher by giving them right kind of information, giving them right kind of content, giving them right kind of resource material, lesson plan is going to ensure that NAP is implemented in its truest spirit. And the biggest part for teacher to be able to do all of this is the curriculum planning. So how we design our content and how we plan the curriculum is going to go a long way in ensuring that we are implementing this. Holistic and multidisciplinary approach is very important because as per one of the studies published by Dell Technologies, which was authored by the Institute of the Future, 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 haven't been invented yet. So as teachers, as educationalists, we have a huge responsibility to ensure that these students are ready for the future. And a vision of a holistic multidisciplinary approach in education is very futuristic. And this will help in creating individuals who have acquired the right mindset and attitude along with the required knowledge and skills to take on the jobs of the future. So by changing the dynamics of education to make it more holistic and multidisciplinary, NEP 2020 certainly ensures that the youth of today are ready to take on the challenges of the future world. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Hema and Ms. Alka for wonderful sharing. Next presenter, I invite Dr. Vithoba Samant and Ms. Tejal from Oriental College, Sanpada. It's over to Dr. Vithoba.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, sir, audible. Yes, your screen also is visible, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Hello, Tejal, ma'am. Just show the screen share.
So the screen already shared.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is
Screen is
visible.
shared, but it is not in slideshow mode. If you can put it in
Slideshow.
slideshow. If not, just go side by side. Chalega. Yes, sir,
Yes.
you can start.
I'm Dr. Vithoba Samant and my colleague Tejal Nikam. Today we are going to talk about this new paper that is like the game. When we are talking about the game, like the fun plus learning. Next. Tejal ma'am, next. Hello. Yeah. Before.
So can you see?
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am, but you
Sir, I
take the
think you can
previous
explain
one.
that slide onwards, sir. No problem.
Okay, fine. In 21st century educations, when we are talking about, according to this thing, learning is the modifications of behavior through experience and training that gets as said very well. Next. When we are talking about here, I'm talking about the game-based learning can make the students smarter. Always we are talking about through the games, students, they will learn so many things. So next. So this is very important. So basically, I'm going to talk about when we are talking about the game-based learning, it is very helpful for the students, basis on what, why, and how. Next. What is the game-based learning? So when we are talking about why we have, what is the game-based learning is involving active during the game-based learning. It means all students, they are very actively and very actively, they will participate in the game activity and they like it. So always we should motivate them because always they like to play the game, and through the games they feel like they progress into the learning process. So game-based learning always we should use in a teaching learning process. Next. Next, madam. Game-based learning is promoting the skill development. When we are talking about the different types of skills like the soft skills and all skills, so that through the games, actively they will participate and the schools will, skills will get the developed. Okay, so competition play a very important role in the motivating during learning. And the students chance goals and make them feel like they are the progressing. Next. Game-based learning is promote the skill development. It is very important that each and every skills will develop through the learning. So when we are talking that skills, like when we are talking decision making, strategies, planning, time management, talking holistic, so many skills we can develop through the game-based learning. So that is, we can develop the students' confidence, independent thinkers, and so many things we can through the games. Because always the child, they like to play the different types of game. And when we are teaching in the different, that game base, it will be helpful for the students. Next. Why we have to use the game-based learning when we are applying the game-based learning? So questions that students, they will ask many questions, they can take decisions very quickly, concentrate on it. They can decide the perfect goal of this thing, what they want to do. When we are doing in the group activity, so they will learn the team, how we have to behave in the team, observing the other, or they are listening the other skills. So many skills they will learn through the games. Next. How we have to apply. So when we are talking about the game-based learning is effective tools for the skill building of the higher education. So same way when we are teaching in the secondary level, same thing we have to apply in the higher educations, because each age-wise group, they like to play with a game, and through game-based learning, they will remember for the long term. It helps the students to the clarity, what they want to learn when they are learning through the game base. So what is the, if it is a difficult concept, so easily they will understand that concept. So always we should use that game-based learning. It's made better to export the understanding, the importance of the things. So that the teacher should think about the domains when we are talking about the different domains. So easily we can develop the domains, and through the NEP, it will be help us for it. Next. It is effective and the quality because students age group wise, if we'll see it, so any group they will like, and it will be very effective tools for the, so we can develop the quality amongst the students, fun, and they can learn it. So this is very helpful for the students, welcome steps and help make them the game based learning viable options. So policy, when we are talking about the NEP, that policy will help us when we are teaching through the game based learning. Next. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for finishing on time. Thank you. Thank you. Now I invite Miss Pooja Tiwari and Miss Kikini Datta from Oriental College, Sanpada to present their paper. If both of you are presenting the paper, please see the time also. It's over to Miss Pooja Tiwari.
Good afternoon, all. I and my partner, Jinkini, want to share our views on a SWOT analysis on NEP 2020, that's vision of ensuring justice and inclusion in education. So justice is truth in action. That is said by Benjamin Disraeli. Any nation is built upon a strong foundation, and the foundation depends upon the education system of that country. Education empowers every child to think.
Excuse me, rather than reading, you just share the gist of your slides. Come to the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities.
Sure, sure. Okay, so there is each and age of inclusion according to NEP 2020, that means equity, that we all know. Equal access, equity means fairness. Equal access means we all have to access all the resources. Equal opportunity. Dignity means respect, effective communication without any segregation, embrace everyone despite their condition. And the 5 R's are reach, right, responsibility, respect, and relationship. Reach is access to all the resources. Right is fundamental and constitutional rights, that is right to education, that is RT. Act 2009. Responsibility that's are to ensure they have reached their rights to without any harm, and the relationship is a way where there is exclusion and inclusion. So this is the timeline of the development of inclusion. You all know about this. The inclusion started from UN Convention 1993, and then slowly it reaches to the National Policy of Education NEP 2020. So now I will hand over to my partner Kinkini Datta. She will share her views upon the SWOT analysis.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Kinkini, you're audible.
Yeah. So we both have read through and have been participant to various webinars and seminars that has been going on with the NEP 2020. The strength, weakness, and threat opportunities is an analysis that every policy framework has. And if we work on the weakness and threat part, I think it will be a very good policy to be established after the third period of 33 years. NEP 2020 is a much talked term and policy framework right now in everyone's face and mouth. But the thing is, if we focus on the strength and weaknesses, it is a good way of a roadmap that what exactly the framework will be. As we know, there has been continuous paper presentations on the NEP, and what I feel is the game method, apart from the various entry exits and how it is focused on socioeconomic disadvantaged students and other parts, is we know about the strength. But yes, the policy also have some weakness. They have a lot lion some amount of the framework, the policy rather focuses on inclusion. But what we found is how to include inclusion. There must be some benchmarks, some enforcements, some qualifications needed for the teachers to be able to adjust the teacher development for them to include. Nothing of that sort is mentioned in the policy. If we come to the opportunities, yes, it has given increased employability. Gross enrollment ratios are being targeted that it will include a lot more integrated learning opportunities. The mandatory vocational courses, experiential learning is focused, but then it also has some threats, some serious threats. Right now, what we are facing is, since the national curriculum framework is still under the process and consultation of various things are going on in the policy, what we find is what is the future of this NEP? Since it's not being a framework, what if the government changes? That is a near future. And then what are the changes that we expect in the policy and how to adjust with those changes? Since the institutions have put up with the changes and had been under the construction of this NEP 2020, with the sudden change of power, what is the future of this NEP? And again, there is a lot of haze and ambiguity with respect to funds. The curriculum change, the admission procedures, the definite guidelines can be given rather than recommendations. If it's a policy, some guidelines, fixed framework should be provided, so that right now it's been 2 years and we are in the coming in the third year. So probably which institutions are in the process of rebuilding themselves will have some help with the clear picture of what is to be done. Next. Yeah. So right now we have is a little bit conclusion on what we have found is that the policy is a roadmap of how it will be an accessible to of every individuals, but the loopholes, the threats, and the weaknesses that is if focused on, it will be a pushover to the education system altogether. Yes, the policy reaffirms the bridging social category, but it is to be done in a punctual way and probably within the time map, so that other than the weaknesses, we only focus on the strengths. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Pooja and Miss Kikini for wonderful sharing. And thank you very much because you have finished in given time also. Now, the last presenter, I invite Melo from St. Teresa's Institute of Education to present her paper. It's over to Dr. Cinderella.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Cinderella ma'am. If you can put your camera on, that would be nice.
I think I have.
Yeah, her camera is on.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just 1 minute. Good afternoon to all my teachers, dear principal ma'am, and all the students and all the participants. My paper would be on the theme online education and equitable use of technology. Now, as we have heard so much about NEP, and we are aware that NEP is encouraging use of technology and integration of technology. It is also asking us to have online and digital education, but while doing so, it is also requesting us to ensure equitable use of technology. In today's paper, this is a research-based paper in which we try to study impact of virtual learning on the digital literacy level of the students. So as we were in lockdown mode, we were using online mode of teaching and learning. This mode, has it helped students to increase their digital literacy level, and has it helped all the students on the basis of gender? So this study was conducted to see the impact of virtual learning on the digital literacy level of students of grade 9. And further, this study also studied this impact on the basis of gender of students of grade 9. And it compared this impact of virtual learning on digital literacy level of the students of grade 9 on the basis of their gender, since NEP is focusing on equitable use. So let us see if there was any gender gap, whether girls and boys had similar level of gender digital literacy. The tool which was constructed, it was a 3-point rating scale tool, which had 15 items, and the options were yes, no, or maybe. Purposive sampling technique was used. 58 students of grade 9 from whom the data was collected. It was a mixture of girls and boys. I will brief you all about the findings of this study. As you can see the graph also, 73.5% of students have learned to surf internet efficiently during the lockdown period. So total, out of total students, 73% students agreed. They said yes, we have learned to surf internet efficiently, and that has helped them to be digitally literate. When it was compared with respect to their gender, you see 100% male students, boys, have done this, whereas you see only 50% girls, they said that yes, it has helped them to achieve this particular target. When it comes to use of Google Forms, PPT for online project submission, 67.62% students learned this very efficiently, whereas gender-wise also you see that it is quite similar with respect to percentage. So on this factor, there was not any difference which was noticed. When it comes to use various technological tools which were available online, 70.6% students overall said that they learned it during the lockdown period or during the online lessons. And gender-wise, you see there is little gap where 93% students are saying, male students are saying that they have learned to use it very effectively, whereas only 50% girls say that they have learned all these online tools effectively, use of them. So here also you see that there is a gap. The level of digital literacy is not same. Overall, 64.7% of students responsibly used several digital platforms. And gender-wise, when you see, there is again, percentage-wise, you see more number of boys have done it, whereas girls, to some extent, have not used these digital platforms very responsibly. Use of technology constructively because of virtual learning, 73.5 have said that they have done it very well. Whereas girls and boys, when you compare, you see 81% of boys have said they used it constructively, whereas only 66% girls are saying that they have used it constructively, and which is a very important factor while we use different technological tools. So the conclusion, technology in education is a journey and it's not a destination. So right now, in whatever mode we are, we have a long way to go, and we need to make certain changes so that the use is equitable. All the people are benefiting in a similar way, whether it is rich and poor, whether it is urban and rural, or whether it is on the basis of gender. So it's a destination where we have to reach. It is not a destination, it's a journey where we have to reach, and we need to make certain changes. So future is all about being digital, being wireless, and being virtual. And we as teachers, we need to take certain steps towards it. Constructive use of technology will enhance students' level of being digital citizen. And this is the ultimate aim which NEP wants to achieve, that making all the citizens digital citizens. And through online mode of learning, we are definitely going to achieve this, but the use should be equitable and everybody should be benefiting out of it. And there are certain steps we as teacher educators or as teachers, we need to take so that all will benefit in some equal manner as far as digital literacy is concerned. So that's end of my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for wonderful sharing, Dr. Cinderella. Thanks. Now, due to time constraint, we are not inviting the questions. If you have any doubts or any clarification you need, you can mail, you can send via mail. Okay. Now we have had some wonderful sharing that examine different perspective of NEP. We congratulate all our presenters for their efforts. The sharing has broadened our understanding of the policy and empower us to plan to move ahead to make India Vishwa Guru. Thank you very much once again. Now we will have break up to 1:30 p.m. Please be on time for afternoon session.
Yes, 1:30 we will meet again. The same link, participants, please be on time. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Hello, Mabel ma'am. Can we start? Hello.
Yes, Cynthia. We are starting.
Okay. Welcome after the break. Good afternoon to everybody. And I guess we have all had a nice, sumptuous lunch, but we have something in store for us, which will be very useful for us to reflect upon. Because our speaker for this session is Dr. Asavri Bhave Guripuri. Dr. Asavri holds several degrees. She's a PhD in education and MEd, her MSc in physics. She's also done the Cambridge International Diploma for Teachers and Trainers. Presently, Dr. Asavri is the Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, and the Principal of School of Education and Research, MIT Art, Design and Technology University, Pune. Dr. Asavri has been instrumental in initiating and setting up the School of Vedic Sciences at the same university. Dr. Asavri has 28 years of experience, initially in school education, then as a lecturer in a College of Education, and presently at the School of Education, MIT University, Pune. She's an expert in several areas such as social emotional learning, educational philosophy, pedagogy, assessment, evaluation, and she's also been the peer team member for NAAC, for NCT. Dubai School Inspection Board has invited her to inspect Dubai schools, and Madam has also inspected CBSE schools and done academic audits. So you can see that her experience and expertise is really vast. Madam guides PhD scholars. She's presently guiding a number of scholars, and 4 of her students have already achieved their PhD. Ma'am Asavri has been the recipient of the Staff Exchange Award to visit the University of Stirling, Scotland, UK. And she has also got the Best Teacher Award by Higher Education Forum India. We all know that research is an integral part of education. And Madam was instrumental in getting 4 grant in aids for research projects from the ICSSR New Delhi. A very interesting thing is, presently we are all talking about NEP 2020. And some kind of guideline, some kind of plan of action is required for the country and also for each state. And where Maharashtra state is concerned, Madam is on a state level team to plan certain areas about the implementation of NEP 2020. So I think absolutely the correct person whom we have invited today for our session on embedding teacher education in multidisciplinary context. My dear friends, participants in this very august gathering, presently, ma'am is in the States. And here when we have had our afternoon lunch, etc., ma'am has just had a cup of tea and it's pretty early there in the morning. We are so happy you have accepted our invitation to be our resource person for this session, ma'am. And warm welcome from Pushpanjali College of Education, and the forum is all yours, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Agnes, ma'am. Good afternoon to all present over here. At the outset, I would like to thank Principal Dr. Mabel, madam, and Dr. Agnes, madam, of Pushpanjali College of Education for inviting me to speak here on the topic which is very close to all of our hearts. I'm sure Dr. Mabel and Dr. Agnes and other faculty members of Pushpanjali College of Education and those who are attending this particular webinar will also agree. Teacher education and what is the future of teacher education going to be in line with the NEP 2020. So I'm just going to put forward my views over it. And as ma'am has already said that I'm working along with committee on how to implement this B.Ed program. So I'm going to put forward my views on that particular aspect, as well as because I had visited Dubai schools as well as CBSE schools, because in India also now the number of CBSE schools have increased, and many of our students opt for private CBSE schools, being teachers over there. So I'm going to talk from the perspective of what, as a teacher education institutions, we need to do that is in line and vision with NEP 2020. Saying so, I'm going to present you my thoughts, as I said. Embedding teacher education in the multidisciplinary context. When we talk about teacher education, first I have to quickly run through NEP 2020, as it is going to set the tone for this particular webinar. I'm sure since morning all of you have been listening to eminent educationists on this particular aspect, discussing on NEP 2020. Nevertheless, I'm going to put forth few points which are very important and highlight them from teacher education point of view. So National Education Policy 2020 highlights on overall personality development of individual by inculcating 21st century education skills to the learners. National Education Policy 2020 mentions that education would be aimed at developing all capacities of human being. And when we talk about all capacities, a very common word that we use in B.Ed is all-round development. And here it indicates intellectually, aesthetically, socially, physically, emotional, and moral in an integrated manner. These are the words from National Education Policy 2020. And for that, different aspects have to be taken into consideration. You know, when we want to develop a human capacities, then different aspects we have to bring forward. And NEP 2020 suggests different aspects, like all these things or bringing change in human being can be brought about through experiences, through empirical research. And when we talk about empirical research, it has to be based on observation and real life experiences of the stakeholders. Stakeholders' feedback plays a very important role, and lessons from the best practices. These aspects have to be taken into consideration when we as educationists have to develop the capacities of the future citizens. You know, a key pillar of the national education policy is holistic and multidisciplinary education, which sensitizes students to the fundamentally interconnected nature of all human knowledge and inquiry. If you look at, or if you read the policy closely, you will see that the policy envisions a holistic education by bringing an integration of science, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports to actually or to actualize multidisciplinary culture in academia. The new vision for education enumerates conceptual understanding, creativity, and critical thinking to be the foundation of research and innovation. The policy also envisions the transformation of India into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. The policy aims to build a holistic approach to the preparation of professionals by ensuring broad-based competencies, understanding social human context, and a strong ethical compass, in addition to highest quality professional capacities. So I'm sure throughout the day, when you have heard about all the highlights and points included in national education policy, I'm sure each one of you will agree with me that we can say that this national education policy 2020 is really visionary and progressive. Why I say progressive? Because it includes right from the early childhood to higher educational, professional education, to vocational education, and very importantly, teacher education. And I was so happy when the National Education Policy 2020 was declared and was passed in the Parliament, that teacher education is at the center of the way ahead. And that is very important because I can now very well see that the golden era for teacher education is going to begin again. Saying so, now when we talk about teacher education, prior to that, we have to see how this moving forward towards multidisciplinary and holistic education, we have to bring it in teacher education. And for that, it has been said that in national education policy, it has been said that all the universities and institutions of eminence are advised to implement holistic and multidisciplinary education and have multiple entry and exit point. The merger of the institutes to be allowed for promoting multidisciplinary, minor degrees in emerging areas with additional credits to be initiated, choice of varied subjects like social sciences, liberal arts, music, dance, drama, sports, etc. to be allowed along with science, engineering, and allied subjects. So this was the underlining note of national education policy. Let us just focus quickly before we move on to teacher education and how we embed multidisciplinary aspect into teacher education. Let me just focus on why this multidisciplinary approach is very important, because this will give us an idea of why it has to be brought in even teacher education. So let's try to understand what are the benefits of multidisciplinary approach. Multidisciplinary approach will bring in the holistic understanding. One of the advantages of this multidisciplinary educational approach is that we will gain a more comprehensive grasp of the world. A multidisciplinary approach combines aspects of each subject into a study plan of other, rather than focusing on the subject topics individually. Okay, and how this is going to happen, I'm just going to explain you later on. Different perspectives. very essential to have different perspectives. I'm sure that sometime or the other, this must have happened to any one of you, that you are working on a problem by yourself and you come up against a spot that you're completely stumped and you gaze at it for hours together, but for the life of yours, you can't just figure out how to go about it. And then all of a sudden, one day, your colleague comes by and takes up that crucial point and sets it exactly where it belongs. And that is what the different perspective plays a role, a varied viewpoint. And that's what a varied or a diverse approach looks like. It offers us with possibilities for new ideas and ways of thinking. So different perspectives should be welcomed, and that will be possible through multidisciplinary approach. Pragmatism and flexibility. Over a period of time, we have all seen that we will be able to appreciate the power of fresh ideas. And that will be possible through multidisciplinary education. Why am I saying that? Because it will assist students in developing pragmatic approach by allowing them to choose which subject they will study, what rewards they may receive. The students will have more time to weigh the risks and benefits before making an informed decision of how to go ahead, how to proceed. And as a result, the multidisciplinary curriculum will add pragmatism and flexibility. It will allow students to use their mind and ICT devices to sculpt their own path rather than follow the path set out by the educational system. What more to expect, isn't it? Wonderful thing. The next thing is real world approach. Multidisciplinary learning isn't simply a theory of education. It's a practical manner of seeing the world. Why should school be any different? When when a student graduates or anyone graduates, the education should be in such a way that it should make the individual confident person and should be able to interact confidently with other individuals from all walks of life. And that is what this multidisciplinary approach will help the students to do. It will make it easier for them to perform in the working world, to collaborate with individuals from any walk of life. So it will, really help them understand what are real life situations and what exactly that they need to do in such situations. Collaboration skills are going to play a very, very important role. The educational path chosen stresses on the value of teamwork. And one of the most essential benefits of the multidisciplinary curriculum is the concept of working together to produce a greater whole. Multidisciplinary learning necessitates the ability to interact successfully with persons from any field. You share the same technology, terminology, share their beliefs, and comprehend what drives them. These abilities will aid the learners in making connections, solving problems, complex issues, and collaborating effectively with their peers. When the student integrates principles and concepts from various subjects, it helps them combine and connect what they have learned rather than compartmentalize knowledge. And that is exactly learning without boundaries. I'm going to give you a small example. When a student is studying about a boiling point of various liquids, while the person may be, while the student might be researching about what can prevent milk from boiling over. Maybe that is what the student is trying to understand in physics. Then at that particular point, the student will not only learn about the boiling point, but also about the vacuum pressure that will prevent the milk from scalding. So it is not only about one aspect of learning that will take place, but there will be multiple aspects that will be taken into consideration. More relevant and conceptual. With this multidisciplinary and comprehensive approach, students will be able to break the critical barrier to learning and learn relevant and relevant context or relevant content. The students are always plagued by one particular question. What am I going to use this for? Or what is there in it for me? So all these questions will make the student to dig deeper and dabble and experiment with various concepts that they learn from the unrelated content, and they will try to analyze and see how all of that fits together into a bigger scheme of things. So that they will be able to connect with not only within one subject, but with other subjects also that they are learning. So the content will become more relevant and contextual. Deeper understanding of the subject and the concepts will lead to informed future choices. So this is one more breakthrough with this approach. Those who experience this process of learning will gain a strong and a deeper understanding of the subject. And when that happens, student has a clear vision of what he likes, where his aptitude lies, and what he wants to pursue. And this is exactly what is missing in the subject-based curriculum approach. And why is that the case? Some of you might ask. It is because when the student learns subject in isolation, he does not get the kind of exposure to knowledge that is needed for him to take a clear call on whether this subject works for him or not. Okay, again, I'm going to give you an example. Suppose there is a student who is intrigued, because I'm sure nowadays we see a trend. Okay, so I'm just taking up this particular example. As teachers, you will see a student intrigued by media and journalism. When that student wants to pursue a career in journalism, they realize, or with multidisciplinary approach, they will realize that they need to have a sound understanding of even maths and statistics. And it does not just end in calculating percentages. Okay, TRPs need statistics and mathematics, isn't it? They will also have to interpret and analyze data. So can you just imagine that mathematics, statistics, mass communication, languages, how interconnected all these are? So pick up any profession and you will see, or we have seen, that we need multiple skills. An attorney may not only need a master, may not only need to master several laws or civic procedures, but also need to have a very deep knowledge of behavioral economics. Let's take an example of a pilot. A pilot needs to have knowledge of geography, metallurgy, and other aspects. So real jobs require professionals to have knowledge of more than one subject. And therefore, it is not logical that when learning, we learn only one particular subject in isolation. And the right way is to try to connect the concepts that I've learned in one subject to the concepts learned in other subject. And believe me, if this is not done in today's era, the students will truly not know what their interests are, will be confused. But if we really make them understand and see how the world is interconnected, how the subjects are interconnected, I'm sure our students will not blindly just follow a trend of being an engineer or a doctor or medical route or the route which any other person is following. And that is where the role of the teacher plays a very important role. You know, it is being said, teachers help students unlock all their inherent capacities. And policy envisions that the teachers should be at the center of this fundamental reform in the educational system. And really, we all are very happy to see that this policy attempts to re-establish teachers at all levels as the most respected and essential members of our society, because they are the ones who truly shape the future of next generation of citizens. And that's the reason why it is very important and imperative to empower teachers and help them to do their job effectively. And they will be able to do their jobs effectively if the teacher education is developed and is made in such a way that when the students, teacher trainees pass out from the teacher education institutes, they will go out in the world and make difference. Saying so, I'm going to focus a little bit more on teachers now, because as I said, they are at the focal point of this particular national policy, and then come, because teachers are the ones who are going to take this multidisciplinary approach ahead. So first we'll focus on teachers, and then we will come to teacher education institutes, what they need to do. You know, the broad goals of education have always been to stimulate students in such a way that they think deeply, analyze information, and integrate important ideas in a context which is situated in a disciplinary foundation and connected to real life experiences. You know, looking more closely, we wish that our students engage in asking important and big questions. But it is not always so, isn't it? And as teachers, I'm sure each one of us should ask question why. And if you see closely, we'll see that the fault lies in our education system. And what is that? The fault is that we impart knowledge that is discrete and compartmentalized. But actually, knowledge is not compartmentalized at all. In fact, the most enjoyable and reinforcing aspect of learning are seeing and experiencing the connection between different subject areas. But yet we teach in a way that masks this reality from the students. Teachers teach as if in silos and engage in a very magical thinking that our students will make their connections by themselves. And that is where NEP has addressed this particular issue, challenge that the students must be facing in trying to see how the topics from different disciplines are authentically interconnected. And when we talk about that, we have to see what NEP says about the school education, because teacher education deals with school education more importantly. So the new pedagogical and curricular structure of the school education as per National Education Policy 2020 is going to be 5+3+3+4. We are all aware of it. 3 years in Anganwadi or preschool, 12 years in the school will be introduced. The foundational stage will consist of multi-level, and it will all be play and activity based. The preparatory stage will involve a play, discovery, activity based and interactive classroom learning. The middle stage will be all about experiential learning. Experiential learning in science, mathematics, art, social sciences, and humanities. And the secondary stage, there will be a multidisciplinary study, critical thinking, flexibility in the choice of subjects also. So that is how the whole school education has been visualized. And to achieve this purpose of the policy, teachers need to be experts in the field of art integration, multidisciplinary aspects, and having knowledge of artificial intelligence, should know how to incorporate in experiential learning, should know how to develop design thinking, problem-based learning, project-based learning, cooperative learning, all these aspects as well as gamification. The teachers need to be expert in all these aspects. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of responsibility and onus on the teachers to take multidisciplinary approach in schools ahead. So then when you think about it, what type of teachers, what are type of future teachers do we need to have? Why am I saying this? You must be wondering, my topic is on teacher education, because if as a teacher education institute, I understand what is the future requirement of teachers going to be looking like, then accordingly, as a teacher education institute, I have to bring about change in my curriculum, change in our curriculum, so that we develop, create, empower such teachers who will go out in the world and be those type of teachers. So what type of teachers do we need? In line with NEP 2020, there is going to be shift in the paradigms of teacher professional learning. What are those parameters? The teachers will need to curate information. We all are aware that there is a sheer magnitude of available information, and that leaves many of us to actually not able to manage that particular information. We are unable to organize our thoughts and ideas against that whole content that is there available on the internet. And because of that, if you see, there is a dissonance of unfiltered content. And that unfiltered content is nothing but information without knowledge. And content curation is going to be a very important aspect. Content curation will help students turn information into knowledge. In developing a skill or developing a skill set, actually, that will force them to judge, organize their resources. And naturally, there will be reduction in the information overload at large. So as a teacher, or as a future teacher, each one of us will have to see how to curate the information so that we will help our students in acquiring the right knowledge rather than just concentrating on vast information available. So curate information is going to be a very tough task for all the teachers. The second aspect we have seen in this pandemic also, a very important aspect has come forth, and that is social and emotional understanding. You know, if you look at from teacher point of view also, let me tell you, that teaching is an emotional practice. And as a teacher, we ourselves need to support and strengthen our own social and emotional skills so that we are able to manage the stress that comes with teaching. And we should be able to sustain in our profession for a longer duration of time. So when I talk about social emotional understanding, it is not only from the student's point of view, I'm talking from the teacher point of view also, which is very important aspect. So teachers need to understand their own social, emotional well-being. Then only they will be able to sustain in this profession. Gone are the days when you could go to school at 7 o'clock and return at 1 o'clock home, have hot homemade food and go to have our siesta by 2 o'clock. Those days are gone. The teachers are now very stressed because they sometimes have to carry work home. I'm not scaring those future teachers over there, but still that is the reality. Then if we have to do our job the best possible way, then very essential is to understand social and emotional well-being, which will help us to then take it ahead for our students also. So understanding self, which is already there in the B.Ed program, is very essential. Because once we understand ourselves, we'll be in a better position to understand others. That's the reason why I have taken up this particular point, that the future teachers need to understand social, emotional well-being. The collaborative learning. Now, this is a very important aspect. Why am I saying is that most of the time, collaborative learning that we do in the class is not actual collaboration that is expected. Okay, if as a teacher, you want students to do problem solving and work on projects, then, collaboration and cooperative learning plays a very important role in the class. If you want your students to be involved in the classroom, get engaged, discuss, debate on an issue, make shared decisions, and design a product that will demonstrate a deeper, maybe a deeper learning and understanding of various strategies that are applied. This won't just happen if you try to bring just few students together and that is it. Okay, that will not happen. You try to place the students together with a very provocative text and or in some engaging task, and you leave it up to them. It's not going to happen. For teachers to implement or incorporate collaboration, cooperative, and cooperative learning in their class, the teachers need to be properly trained in the scaffolding journey so that they will be able to support students in a deep, meaningful collaboration. So the future teachers really need to understand how to go about collaborating and how to help their students in collaboration. Now, when I'm talking about collaboration over here, I'm not about only talking collaboration that they will bring in among their students, but collaborating among yourself, that is different teachers in the same school or outside the school. That collaboration also plays a very important role. A very important aspect is functional skills. Functional skills are important because they provide skills, knowledge, and understanding to everyone about the progress in work, education, and life. These functional skills will help the learners to transfer their learning ability or whatever they have learned in the real life situation to solve problems. And what are those functional skills? The functional skills may be fundamental language skills, communication skills, functional mathematics, ICT. All these functional skills will provide an individual with essential, or individual here I mean to say individual teacher with essential knowledge, skills and understanding that will help them to operate confidently, effectively and independently in life and work. So they need to develop certain functional skills. Another aspect is e-safety. Like it or not, technology and internet are part of our lives now. In fact, this is not even up for a debate, I will say. They have been part of our lives for many years, and to act as if it's something new or mysterious and unknown is not going to reflect on what the reality actually is. So we are in a technological society, whether as immigrants or natives, whatever you call them, we are in a technological society. In a golden, I would call it as a golden age of information and exploration. And our youngest citizens are growing up blissfully unaware of the dial-up internet that we used to have, or the analog television. I'm sure most of you must be not knowing also what is an analog television. But technology is ubiquitous. When I say ubiquitous, it means anywhere, any place, anytime, whether it is inside, outside the classroom. And it has really brought educational revolution that we have seen during the pandemic time. You know, young students today have access to more information than the entire generation before them. And the barriers to participation and the growth are crumbling in ever more connected world. So the barriers that existed are no longer there. But we all as teachers need to be aware that with great power comes great responsibility. So in this interconnected world, teachers need to ensure online safety as a priority. And therefore, future teachers need to know e-safety. Future teachers need to be able communicators. You know, the good communication skills of a teachers are the basic need of the academic success for the students, and also for the professional success of their own life. When the teacher communicates certain instructions orally in the classroom, they should be able to reach appropriately to the students. If that doesn't happen, then there will be failure in the learning of students. And when I say able communicator, it means that teachers must be skilled at listening to their students as well as explaining the things clearly. So the important word here is listening. That is going to play a very important role in being an able communicator. A future teacher needs to be creative. Why? Because each one of us will have to think about creative ways to keep the students engaged in learning what is essential. If the students enjoy what they're learning, then they will be able to remember what is being taught. In order to sustain their interest, students' interest, teachers need to be creative. Teachers need to be critical thinkers, or should have critical thinking ability. In the classroom, teachers need to integrate this critical thinking and teach students how to think critically, because that will help the students to convert information into knowledge and knowledge into wisdom. In the classroom, critical thinking will teach students how to ask and answer the questions needed in the real world. And only critically thinking teachers will be able to incorporate multidisciplinary approach in their classroom. To foster their students' critical thinking, future teachers themselves must become critical thinkers first. You know, the International Bureau of Education, which is called as IBE UNESCO, specifies 3 major types of contemporary approach to curriculum integration. One is multidisciplinary, the other one is interdisciplinary, and the third one is transdisciplinary. What is this multidisciplinary curriculum? Multidisciplinary curriculum is studying a topic from the viewpoint of more than one discipline and solving a problem using different disciplinary approach. Okay, so initially we were studying STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And these all concepts, if you see, were focused on concepts were in such a way that they were taught in silos. These subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, helps us develop hard skills. But now, because of the interdisciplinary aspect, we need to bring in one more subject and convert STEM into STEAM. Because incorporating arts is going to help us explore the same concepts that we were learning in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but with the help of art, inquiry-based learning, problem-based learning methods in a creative method and process. So now we are not only focusing on the hard skills, but we are shifting from hard skills to hard skills and soft skills. And that is only possible if we bring in multidisciplinary approach. Considering all these aspects, because we have seen now how this multidisciplinary approach is going to play a very important role. Why? Because this multidisciplinary approach will help us in understanding how or what is the way ahead for the teacher education. You know, as per NEP, I'm just going to concentrate on that first. What NEP has to say about teacher education. The teacher education institutes to be moved to multidisciplinary by 2030. and multidisciplinary higher education institutions should offer 4-year integrated B.Ed program. This is a very important aspect. So no longer being a teacher is considered to be an afterthought, but it has to be an informed decision of an individual to enter into this profession. That is the main idea of having 4-year integrated B.Ed program. No doubt, there is a levy for those who want to come in after their graduation, post-graduation in a particular stream or a discipline. They can also join this profession, no doubt about it. But NEP 2020 envisions that more people get into teacher profession by choice and not by chance. Because teachers are the major factor that are infringing about the change that needs to be brought about in the pedagogical structure. And that's where consistent training and concurrent changes needs to be brought about. And thankfully, in NEP 2020, teacher education plays a major central role. And that's exactly, we are going to see how we need to do it. As teacher education requires multidisciplinary inputs, and the education in high quality content as far as pedagogy is concerned, all teacher education programs will be conducted within a composite multidisciplinary institutions. That is, all multidisciplinary universities and colleges will have to establish an education department. Such a wonderful thing. It is music to our ears, especially those in the teacher education field, that every university or a cluster of colleges coming together should have an education department, which besides carrying out cutting edge research, which is an integral part of teacher education and which has to remain so, in various aspects of education, will also run B.Ed programs. And this B.Ed program will be run in collaboration with other departments such as psychology, philosophy, sociology, neuroscience, Indian languages, arts, music, history, literature, physical education, science and mathematics. This is what is said in NEP 2020. Moreover, all standalone teacher education institutions will be required to convert to multidisciplinary institutions by 2030. We have already seen that. And then they will, that time they will start offering this 4-year integrated teacher education program. So slowly and steadily, we have to take the right step forward of taking teacher education towards multidisciplinary aspect or approach. So then if teacher education has to be taken to multidisciplinary approach, how do we do it? What do we incorporate? So here is some ideas that I'm trying to give over here. That when we talk about teacher education program with multidisciplinary approach, we'll try to focus on B.Ed program. How should be our B.Ed program? Our B.Ed program with multidisciplinary aspect point of view or context point of view, should focus on skills, skill development, because it is basically a professional course. So it should focus on skill development, various skills. I'm sure as a teacher educator, as well as teacher trainee, all of you must have studied or gone through micro skills, micro teaching skills, simulated lessons. Yes. So when we are doing those skills, micro skills, we usually go by the skills which are which we have been studying for such a long time, Herbartian skills, Herbartian steps, that is introduction, explanation, demonstration, narration, closure, we go to closure, okay, giving examples, blackboard or whiteboard skills. These skills are no doubt very important. I'm not saying that we should do away with it, but why not bring in few more? What are those skills? Developing rubrics. Can we incorporate in our teacher education program how to develop rubrics? Why? Because we are now going to, the students, our teachers, student teachers are going to be going to schools where multidisciplinary approach will be implemented in schools also, school education also. So if they have to assess the students, they will be using various types of rubrics. So do we teach our students, teachers, to develop rubrics, to give positive feedback? Few days back, when I was talking to a few of the principals of school, they were saying that a very important aspect has come forth. That is, today's teachers don't know how to give positive feedback to the parents, how to give positive feedback to the students on their learning. So do we teach them? There is a formal training that needs to be given on how to give positive feedback. What aspects need to be included in it? Why am I saying is, when I was when I had gone to Dubai for school inspection, there was a formal training before I could go and inspect those schools. And what did that training focus on? That training focused on how to give feedback. What aspects need to be included while giving a feedback? Feedback is not about only telling what is absent, but on telling what things went right and what is the scope for further improvement. So the words like further improvement needs to be brought into the feedback. And there is a technique of giving feedback. So can we bring this particular skill of giving feedback in our micro skills? Because a very important aspect today. Teachers don't know how to give feedback. And digital literacy skills, very important. During the pandemic, we did see that we all were scrabbling to use Zoom or Microsoft Teams or some other Google Meet, Google Classroom. So if our teacher education program is already having all these aspects and all these skills are taken into consideration, we are sending out teachers who will be ready to tackle multidisciplinary approach in their schools. So when we are talking about digital skills, we are talking from the point of digital literacy skills. We are talking about from the point of view of how to curate information. That particular aspect will also come over here. So we need to change, or we need to add to already existing skills. Focus more on these skills, because these skills are going to help our student teachers in doing better when they go in the real life classroom situations. So we are empowering them. Can we look into this aspect? Lesson planning. Till date, the rudimentary way of lesson planning is what most of the teacher education institutes follow. Can we move our lesson planning to more problem-based learning? You know, CBSE has a complete document on multidisciplinary projects and how to go about it. So we need to bring in multidisciplinary lesson planning also. I'm going to show you how the lesson plan can look like in my next slide.
Asavi, madam, another 5 minutes more.
Yes,
Right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, I'm almost
Sorry,
done.
Peter.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter.
So lesson planning has to be brought about. And when lesson planning we are concentrating on, it is nothing but we have to bring in differentiated instruction. Can we have lesson plans for a different aspects, like for process, for content, for product? Can we have different lesson plans? When I'm saying content, means content wise, can we differentiate our instructions? The process wise, can we differentiate our instructions, our lesson plan? We need to concentrate on that. Art integration, can we bring in in order to bring that multidisciplinary approach, can we have lesson plan with art integration in it? Okay, that will also encourage team teaching in the classroom, where the subject teacher sits with art teacher and develops a lesson plan. Can we bring this particular aspect? Can we have electives, methods, and value-added courses, diverse subjects? I'm going to show you what all subjects we can bring, because see, our students are going to, as I said earlier, to CBSE private schools, because they are mushrooming everywhere. So then what are the subjects offered by CBSE schools? Can we look into them as Teacher Education Institute and bring those diverse subjects, psychology, sociology, economics, commerce, Sanskrit? Can we bring those subjects also in our methods, electives? Design thinking in artificial intelligence is already being taught at in CBSE schools. 3D designing, coding, Python, learning analytics and teaching analytics, a very important aspect that every teacher should know what is learning analytics and teaching analytics. These are the aspects that we need to bring in order to have that multidisciplinary approach to our in our teacher education. So what should be the integral part of teacher education? Learning outcome-based teaching learning process should be incorporated in our teaching, in our teacher education, so that the teacher trainees are able to enumerate apt learning outcomes that would help them educate their students in such a way that they can apply their knowledge in real life situations. Competency-based education is a very important aspect, because competency-based education will help us implement innovative, joyful, experiential pedagogies such as art integrated and story integrated learning, storytelling, etc., which will really promote reflection, critical thinking, creativity, self-direction, and other 21st century skills. Content curation, I've already spoken on it, but teacher trainees need to be taught how to model content curation process. Because modeling this process for students is particularly important. Watching a teacher search for a topic, filter information, and evaluate sources will make the students see how the process works. And then the students can follow this model to form their own content curation technique. Multidisciplinary projects. Multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary linkages and infusion of life skills, values, gender sensitivity needs to be brought about. Art integrated pedagogy, because art integrated learning is a teaching learning model which is based on learning through arts and with arts. And very important to understand the concepts within any subject of the curriculum. So that has to be brought in. And as I have already spoken and highlighted on the social emotional competencies. I'm going to focus on the lesson plan. What should the lesson plan incorporate? The lesson plan, teacher trainees need to be trained in preparing specific lesson plan for varied topics. And this plan should have following parts: specific learning outcomes, pedagogical strategies, resources, including ICT, okay, interdisciplinary linkages, assessment items, group activities and hands-on activities, and feedback and remedial teaching plan. These lesson plans should be cross-curricular linkages, as cross-curricular linkages are vital to learning, as they help to contain prior knowledge, as they will help to connect the prior knowledge with the new information. Let me give you a simple example, then I'll stop over here. Mathematical data handling and interpretation can be effectively applied in geography and science. And students can write better framed answers in history, geography, because most of the students find history very boring, geography too tough. So we have to teach, as teachers, we need to teach how they can write better framed answers in history, geography, science, when they have learned how to write explanations and short descriptions in the languages. Last but not the least is the assessment strategies that needs to be incorporated in multidisciplinary teacher education. What are those? Formative assessment. Designing assessment strategies like quizzes, polls, MCQs, etc. Periodic assessment. This is to assess the learning progress of the student, and it can be done at the regular intervals And most important aspect of this particular periodic assessment is feedback. Multiple assessment strategies. The trainees need to be trained in multiple assessment strategies. Like, give you few examples: observations, oral tests, individual and group work, class discussion, field work, concept map, graphic organizers, and visual representations, and portfolios. Because again, portfolio is going to play a very important important role. Teacher trainees need to learn to create portfolios to broaden the scope of learning and achieve diverse curriculum outcomes in order to examine a range of evidence of student performance that needs to be assessed. So portfolios is one thing that we need to bring in our teacher education program. There are a lot more things that we need to do in teacher education to bring in that multidisciplinary approach. The scope is huge, and I'm sure all of us will start working towards it in achieving it. Saying so, I thank you all for your patient listening. If there are any questions, I'm open to answer it. Thank you.
Any questions, anybody? Okay.
It was very clear slides and diagrams.
Yes. Dear Asavri ma'am, thank you so much for giving us a bird's eye view of NEP 2020. You elucidated the major benefits of the multidisciplinary approach.
Cynthia,
and
unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes. So thank you, Asavri ma'am, for then elucidating the benefits of the multidisciplinary approach. Also, thank you for reminding that what future teachers ought to be. They ought to curate content, they ought to delve into socio-emotional understanding, promote collaboration and e-safety. I'm very happy that you touched upon what multidisciplinary aspects of teacher education ought to be. And many of these things are happening even in the present 2-year B.Ed curriculum, but I think they will be refined and maybe taken to one notch higher in the days to come. Thank you for sharing those skills that are so essential for teachers, such as rubric development, giving feedback, the lesson planning format that you showed us, where there should be art integration, differentiated instruction, inclusion of contemporary subjects like AI, coding, etc. That is something that is very, very imperative as of today. You also spoke about the changes envisaged in the teacher education system, like moving to learning outcome-based teaching learning process and competency-based education. You have shared what true assessment, or rather what assessment for learning should look like, with a variety of strategies, formative, periodic assessment, and so on, portfolios. These things in a way are happening, but as I said, in the days to come, there will be more stress given to these things. And thank you for elucidating all this I wish we had more time to give to you so that the teacher educators who are present here could have benefited much more from your vast experience. Madam, thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you for sharing the expertise. And I'm sure as teacher education gets more clarity in the following years, teacher education in the multidisciplinary scenario, as we get more clarity about this, I'm sure many more people will be approaching you for more advice and inputs from yourself. So thank you, madam, and stay blessed. Now it's
Thank you for inviting. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Mebel, madam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now it's over to Angelina, ma'am, for the second section of paper presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Cynthia. Good afternoon, dear participant. Once again, Okay, 1 minute. I have unmuted. Yes. Can you hear me, Cynthia?
Yes, we can hear you, Angelina.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Once again, warm welcome to paper reading session 2. The order of the paper presenter is as follows. Number 1, that is Dr. Rukmini Jamdar from Seva Sadan College of Education. Dr. Naneshwar Paradkar from Sir JP College of Education and Research. Dr. Renuka Shevkani from Seva Sadan College of Education. Dr. Bhakti from Seva Sadan College of Education and Research. Sister Delicia Fernandez from Pushpanjali College of Education. And Miss Rajkumari Punjabi from Seva Sadan College of Education. Now I request all the presenter to keep time limit. You will get 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, and on our request, please conclude your session. Then my humble request to you all the participants to mute yourself except the presenter. Okay, thank you. It's over to Dr. Rukmini.
Good afternoon to one and all. So I am the opening batsman.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Can you unmute? Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Rukmini, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So I am just opening batsman from my Seva Sadan College of Education. We have all joined for this webinar. Good afternoon to one and all. So my topic is relating to again NEP 2020. I would like to share my screen. I hope it's visible, ma'am.
Yes, you have started screen sharing, but
Yeah,
PPT has yet to open. Yes, madam. Go ahead.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Okay, Cynthia, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, thank you. So my study is relating to the study of the awareness about NEP 2020 among the teachers. As we all know, this policy is very challenging in today's world. There are many kind of suggestions and clarification taken by the teachers, and they have brought in so many changes in this NEP after consultation with different stakeholders. And this NEP is definitely going to have an impact on different stakeholders of the educational institution. And teachers, as one of the most important stakeholder, need to know the importance of NEP, and are they aware of this NEP? Have they read about this policy? How is this impacting different aspects of education? All was the purpose of this research. So I have conducted this research with this objective in my mind. These are the different objectives of my study: to analyze the level of awareness among the teachers teaching at different levels of education, to compare the awareness about NEP 2020 between teachers on the basis of gender, on the basis of types of schools, on the basis of levels of schools, and on the basis of teaching experiences. So I thought maybe all these parameters would definitely have an impact on the level of comprehension on the teacher's aspect. So that is why I have taken all these aspects. My hypothesis of the study were, there is no significant differences in the awareness about NPE 2020 between the teachers based on gender, based on the type of schools, based on the basis of type of level of schools, that is primary, secondary, and higher education, and also the level of awareness on the basis of their teaching experiences. The analysis of my data question-wise is as follows. I had framed around about 30 questions on different parameters relating to education, on the general view on the National Policy of Education 2020. These were some of the questions, and the interpretation, the data-wise, the descriptive analysis of my data question-wise. 86.3% teachers were aware about NEP 2020. 98% were aware about that there should be flexibility for students to choose their learning programs as per NEP. More than 50% of the teachers were aware that NEP 2020 gives emphasis beyond rote learning. 78% were aware that focus on regular formative assessment. Yes. Somebody is speaking. Yeah.
Madam, your slides are not moving.
Is it moving?
No, because you are not in this thing.
Am I in the descriptive analysis? Yeah.
No,
is it seen, ma'am?
No, you are not in the screen sharing mode. I mean, you're screen sharing, but you're not in the slideshow mode.
I am on the slideshow mode, na?
But it is no, you are not.
You're not.
Okay, I'll just move on to my mobile. 1 second.
Otherwise, you can just go on from there also. No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, sure, sure. I will
No
just
problem.
my mobile also, if I'm able to do, ma'am, I'll just continue.
Or you can just continue, madam. You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
tell
sure,
us.
sure, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. Okay, so if it is not seen, I will just. Okay. 1 second. Yeah. So to analyze, 1 second.
Madam, if two devices, it will
Yeah,
have.
yeah. I'm leaving. Yeah.
You want me to share your PowerPoint?
Yeah, please, if you can share it, fine. I have already sent it, ma'am. If you can show it. Maybe because of internet problems.
Sorry, madam, I don't have.
I have sent it to Cynthia, ma'am's mail. 1 second. Let me try once again sharing, ma'am.
Okay.
1 second. See if you are able to see.
Yes. Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, visible.
Yeah. 1 second. I will share my slideshow also.
Slideshow. Then
One
it will be.
yeah, I am just showing my slideshow. See if it is visible. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Is it moving? Is it moving?
No.
It's not moving?
No. Go to second.
Rukmini, just go ahead. Go ahead with the.
Okay, fine. One second. I'll just, okay. Now is it visible? I'm just showing it from the screen itself. Okay.
Yes, this is better. This is better.
Okay, fine. Then I'll show you this. Now, if you see this descriptive analysis question wise, like 88% teachers were aware that NEP 2020 experiential learning will be adopted in all stages of education. Again, 55% were aware that there is no language will be imposed on any state. 49% were aware that according to NEP 2020, Sanskrit will be offered at all levels of school and higher education. 58% were aware that according to NEP 2020, foreign languages will be offered from higher education. 86.3% were aware that art integrated education will be embedded in classroom transaction. 53% respondents were aware that there is no imposition of any particular language regarding the medium of instruction up to grade 5. 77% were aware that according to NEP 2020, three-language formula will continue to be implemented in school. Again, there were some more questions with reference to the aspects. 77% were aware that every student in the country will participate in the Language of India project. 48% were aware that according to NEP 2020, teaching of language will be based on experiential learning pedagogy. 84% were aware that Indian Sign Language will be standardized everywhere for the hearing impaired students. 63% were aware that mathematics and computational skills will be given increased emphasis throughout the school years. 55% were aware that progress card of the students will assess beyond the cognitive domain. 50% were aware that the teachers will not be engaged in any other work but teaching. 56% of the teachers were aware that each teacher will be expected to participate in at least 40 hours of continuous professional development. 66% of the teachers were aware that vertical mobility of teachers based on merit is most important. 50% of the teachers were aware that a gender inclusion fund is for providing equity quality education for all the boys. 66% were aware that one of the key changes to the current system is moving towards institutional autonomy. 82% were aware that all higher education shall aim to become multidisciplinary institution by 2040. 50% of the teachers were not aware that according to NEP, higher education institutions will have the flexibility to offer different designs master programs. 90% of the teachers were aware that there shall be counseling system in every education. 50% of the teachers were not aware that higher education institutions will have the flexibility to offer different designs of master programs.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. 1 more minute only.
Yeah, sure. I'll just wind up. 73% of the teachers were aware, according to the NEP, there will be new accreditation framework for the schools. 57% were aware that according to this policy, there will be no MPhil programs. And lastly, 73% of the teachers were aware that in 2030, there will be a 4-year integrated B.Ed course. Now, the null hypothesis, which I have framed for null hypothesis based on gender, type of schools, levels of schools, and the teaching experience, this was my output. That is, the sample were up to 50 teachers who were teaching in schools and colleges. Composition was also gender, as I have taken, age and 42, and types of schools, aided and unaided. So tools also, and the reliability test also have taken. Coming to the findings, it shows that the level of analysis, it is objective wise. If you could see here, the obtained value is less than the table value between male and female. That means the hypothesis is accepted that there is no significant difference between male and female on the awarenesses. Then second one is on the basis of type of schools also, if you could see, the obtained value is 0.5, again it is, which is lesser than the table value, which says that the hypothesis is accepted. There is no significant difference in the level of awareness on the basis of the type of schools. Then on the basis of level of schools, if you see primary, secondary and higher education, and I compared using ANOVA one way, I could find out 0.3 was the result. It was lesser than the table value. Again, the difference, it is accepted. The hypothesis is accepted. There is no difference between them on the basis of the level of schools. Lastly, when you come about on the basis of teaching experiences less than 5, between 10 to 15 and more than 15 years of teaching experiences, I found out using one-way ANOVA that the result was again 0.3, which was lesser than the table value, which made me to conclude that there is no significant difference on the level of awareness of NEP based on the teaching experience. So the conclusion once again says that all the teachers do have a considerable knowledge about the different aspects of NEP 2020, bearing 1 or 2 points. Moreover, the level of awareness is similar in terms of sex, in terms of gender, types of school, level of schools taught by the teacher, and their teaching experiences. Thank you once again for giving me a chance to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rukmini, for sharing research-based paper. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Naneshwar Parad. Thank you very much, Dr. Rukmini, for sharing research-based paper. Now I invite Dr. Naneshwar Paradkar from Sir JP College of Education and Research. It's over to Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I would like to take an opportunity. Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
First of all, I would like to take an opportunity to thank the management of Pushpanjali College of Education and the principal, Dr. Mabel ma'am, Dr. Agnes ma'am, and Nuns ma'am, all the organizing team to organize such a wonderful webinar on the most discussed topic, NEP, National Education Policy 2020. And as we know that National Education Policy is a new era which is going to be come in our higher education. Many aspects of the National Education Policy 2020 is unfolded by the resource persons of this webinar in the morning session. Dr. Ashish Srivastav sir taken us to the depth of journey of a National Policy of Education 2020, and after then
sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
Kindly, time is not enough.
Okay.
Please come to your
So,
presentation.
basically, okay, ma'am, sorry. So here I would like to focus on the aspect of the National Education Policy, that is the effective governance and the leadership, which is discussed in the new policy of education in the chapter number 19. As all we know, the new education policy 2020 is the report of the policy is divided into 4 parts. The first one is a school education, second is a higher education, and third one is making it happen, and other key of areas. So all we have to focus on how we can manage the new education policy will be implemented effectively. So for that, what the threats we have observed in the previous era of the educations, that the effective governance and leadership is lagged behind. So that's why the major focus is also given on the governance and leadership. So what is the importance of good governance? So good governance in the any higher educational institution is required to improve the quality of that institution, as well as to achieve the missions, goals, and the vision which is decided by that particular institutions, and as well to bring important changes in the field of higher education, to create opportunities to prove capabilities and strong sense of commitments which are required in the higher education. So all these things are discussed in a detail in the national policy of education. So while governing or the managing or the administrating higher institute of education, at that time we have to take into consideration the characteristic of a governance. So what are the characteristics of a governance? The participation, efficiency and effectiveness, responsiveness, equity and inclusiveness, governance that encourage the innovations. So all these qualities of a good governance that we have to relate to the goals and the aims decided by the national policy of national educational policy 2020. It means that the participation, all we have to consider that we have to participate all the colleagues, leaders, or those who are related to that field in our decision making of the policy. Then again we have to check the efficiency and effectiveness of the whatever decisions we have taken at that, and again we have to check the responsiveness as well as the we have to govern and the encourages the innovations. After then all these things comes to the ultimately on the leadership. Leadership is nothing but enhancing human potentials. As we know that in the higher education or in the school education, we have to unfold the potentialities of the personality, whether it may be a particular student or the faculty or anyone. So in that way, the leader, those who are having the positions as of a leaders, they have to potentiality to unfold and enhance the human potentials of that particular people. Outstanding and effective institutional leadership extremely important for the success of institutions, otherwise it will not happen. So the major focus is given on the leadership and effective governance in the national education policy 2020, and for that it is decided, it is recommended in the policy itself that the board of governance should be established and the board of governance should be appointed on the basis of merit, on the basis of academic capabilities and the leadership. So institutional leaders will have to aim to create a culture of excellence in the higher education, which will motivate and incentivize the outstanding and innovative teaching research, educational services and community outreach from the faculty members and all higher institutions educational leaders. So this is something about the leadership. So in all, why the effective governance and the effective leadership is required in the higher education for cultivation of the excellence and innovation. As you know that in the morning session, Ashish Srivastav sir referred that where we are globally, only 2 universities are named in the list of top universities in the world. So if we want to change the scene, all we have to work towards that, the cultivation of excellence and innovation. And till then, we will not be in a on the top universities or the rank. We will not increase our ranking in the world ranking. So, and the second thing is that for success of an institutions, for smooth running of the institution, also the effective governance and the leadership is required. If after that, what we can make or what we can do for the effective governance and the leadership. Leadership are expected to participate that in the national new education policy 50 hours or more of CPD modules, that is continuous personality development modules per year, or it is also vertically mobility of teachers based on the merit, it is also expected, and short-term courses on the basis of SWAYAM and all like that. The courses should be developed for the managing and inculcating the leadership and governance qualities in the
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Last 1 minute.
Yeah, man. Thank you. So all these things we have to manage. On the basis of that, now also see that the University of Mumbai also started that in collaboration with the Wipro. new courses, online MOOC courses for the development of the personality and the development of the leadership, development, effective governance. So all these students enrollment should be increased on that, and ultimately we will have to cope up with all these the situations and see how we can implement this new education policy 2020, and it should reach to the masses. It should reach to the specially economically deprived masses of the society, and it may bring greater change comparatively to the previous commissions and previous policies which are made for the bringing changes in the higher education, to shift from colonial mindset to the our own education system. So this is national new education policy 2020 is a good testimonial for to bring the changes. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present over there. Thank you again, the organizing team, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Naneshwar, for nice presentation.
Thank you.
Now, next, Dr. Renuka, I invite her to do the presentation. It's over to Dr. Renuka.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. Now, if you will stop the sharing, then
from
only.
there, or I'll share. Okay.
I will try. If I won't be able to do it, then you can do it. If you will stop the sharing, then only it is possible for me to share it.
Okay, madam.
Yeah. So, my topic is NEP 2020, Paradigm Change in Education. So my introduction is the purpose of National Education Policy 2020. Yeah. To develop the good human beings capable of rational thoughts and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage, sympathy, and scientific temper. It aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizen for plural society. The new Indian education policy will provide high quality education to all and will make Indian a global knowledge superpower. Now, this is the research paper, and the objectives of this particular research paper is to study the opinion of the school teachers towards new education policy. Method is survey method through the Google. Through the Google only, I have collected the data, and the sample consists of 30 school teachers, and I have used the checklist to collect the data. Now let us see what are the findings. 100% school teachers are satisfied with the new education policy, but still there are some problems with them. They don't like something. Now let us, we are going to see in this particular study. Now we are going to see the second finding. In that only 20% of the school teacher, they are in favor of mother tongue as a medium of the instruction. Everybody is attached. I think it is everyone is attached as the English as a medium of the instruction. So hardly 20% they like this idea of new education policy. And next finding, if you are going to see, all the teachers, they like this particular structure of education, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. The next finding is 36% of the school teacher, they like the examination at standard 2, 2nd, 5th and 8th standard. 67% of the school teachers are in favor of 4-year integrated B.Ed course. But still, I think many, they like 1-year B.Ed course. 53, next finding, you just see, observe it. Approximately, you can say 50% teachers are thinking that it is going to reduce the curriculum load. 50 are still, they are thinking it is not going to decrease the curriculum load of the student. Next finding is 47% of the school teachers said that MPhil courses should be discontinued. 83% of the school teacher like the policy of same fee structure of private and public schools. 66% of the school teacher like that now foreign university can set up their campus in India, and they like this particular thing also because they are going to learn the new things, new strategies and new methods if the different foreign universities will come here. 96% of the school teacher like the idea of the cluster of the schools, where they can share their ideas, their content, and their resources also. Now, next, if you are going to see, this is a very good finding. 100% of the school student teachers, they like the recommendation that senior and retired faculty can work as a mentor. So this is a very you can say creative idea and very novel idea the new education policy has introduced. Maximum times generally we have seen that all our senior teachers and if they are going to retire and again if they want to come and they want to teach, so this facility now we are going to get it, they will work as our mentors. 100% of the school teachers are in favor of the academic bank of the credit of the marks of the student. 76% of the school teachers agree to having the flexibility and choices of the subject at secondary level. Generally, we are having this selection after the higher secondary, but this now they are having. 76% of the school teachers like merit-based structure of salary and promotion. 96% of the school teachers, they like the policy of Bal Bhavans for the children. Now, what is meaning of the Bal Bhavans? All the state, they are going to make the Bal Bhavans for the children, where the student can weekly, they can visit there. And actually, they have made this Bal Bhavans for the scientific development of the children. They are going to keep various things, various facilities, various resources in the Bal Bhavans so that the student can come and visit there. So all the people, all the teachers, they like this idea. 96% of the school teachers are in favor of the fact that best practices of private schools will be shared with each different, all the schools, they are going to share their best practices. So this is also they like this idea. So all the findings are over. Now let us see the suggestions. So here when we are talking about the cluster of the college, every one of us have become the member of the cluster college during the examination. The same thing they are now going to do it in the schools also, and they are going to share it, their best practices. And again, if you are going to see, they can share the infrastructure also. They will share their teaching, learning, and evaluation also. Whatever the new things will come, they can share it on the website. They can share among each other. Teachers can be given incentive to try new techniques to have engaging activity-based learning. Action research must be promoted in all the schools. Senior teachers can be given the responsibility to mentor new teachers and help them in implementing the recommended new policies of new education policy. Digital performance like Diksha already has a rich resources in many languages to help the teachers to teach in an interactive manner. However, many schools may lack the basic infrastructure like electricity, computers, or Wi-Fi to access these resources. Funds may be released to develop the infrastructure. Schools may devise their manual plans to be in tune with the recommendation of the new education policy. Regular evaluation of the implementation can be carried out. Success stories of the institution can be shared on the government sites. So these are the some of the suggestions. For the conclusion, there is a lot of positive attitude among the teachers to put new education policy 2020 into practice. If they are supported with the right mentoring and required resources, then surely the vision of NEP 2020 can be achieved. Thank you, Principal and staff of the Pushpanjali College. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka, for sharing research-based paper. Thanks. I call on Dr. Bhakti from Seva Sadan College of Education and Research for presenting her paper. It's over to Dr. Bhakti.
Good afternoon, respected all. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, respected all. I'm very much thankful to the organizing team for giving me the opportunity. The title of my paper is NEP 2020 and Integrated Teacher Education, Pondering Through Glass Window. Actually, my paper will be just a summary of the session which was previously taken by respected Asaveri Madam. Let me share some of the important aspects related to integrated teacher education, which are coming under the NEP 2020. So we have to watch that. Let me share my screen. Just a minute, madam.
Yes, madam.
Is it visible, madam?
Not visible.
Now is it
Bhakti
visible,
madam, not
madam?
visible.
Not
okay.
Madam, you can just share in short your.
Okay,
You have not sent
okay.
me your PPT, no? Okay, you can just share in short. That's okay.
Okay, okay. We all are aware that National Education Policy 2020 is a comprehensive framework from elementary education to higher education, as well as vocational training in both rural and urban India. It proposes groundbreaking policy changes in teacher education system at different stages, that is foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary education. The main vision of NEP 2020 is to create the team of teachers that will shape the next generation. NEP has suggested us 3 models of teacher education program. One is 4 years integrated teacher education program. Second is 2 years integrated program, and 1 year. We have lived with 1 year teacher education program. Now presently we are in 2 years teacher education program. We have to start our journey for 4 years integrated teacher education program. The main important aspect is that by 2030, the minimum degree qualification for teachers will be 4 years degree of integrated teacher education program. This integrated teacher education program, as per NEP 2020, highlights 4 important aspects. The first one is curriculum. Already we are dealing with interdisciplinary courses, core courses, elective courses. But here it will be addition of languages, disciplinary subjects as per streams of arts, commerce, science. Along with, we have to go for performing arts, fine arts, physical education, health, wellness, and classroom management. Already we are having certain aspects related to classroom management. But as per the disciplines, we have to learn pedagogy, content, and approaches. If we go for pedagogy, already we are having school subjects. We are making use of different approaches, methods, activity-based learnings, field trips, visits, experiential learning, simulation methods, group discussions. We have to focus on art, drawing, music, sports as special talents of the students. The internship program, this is the third one aspect. Already we have a well-planned internship program. But here, according to NEP 2020, we have to develop a well-structured internship program for secondary level teacher education by keeping in view the practical components of the program. That is pre-internship, actual internship, and post-internship program. And the fourth aspect is assessment. For assessment, as Asaveri Madam has already mentioned, that we have to make use of different tools and techniques, student portfolios. Along with this, we have to keep in mind the CCE format. There are certain recommendations also which are put forth by NEP 2020 regarding integrated teacher education program, that it is the need of the hour that higher education department and school education department must come together to frame curriculum framework for teacher education. For quality education, accountability of teachers, teacher educators has to be considered, linked together. That must be the important factor. Minimum qualification for teacher educators at multidisciplinary institutions must be specified. Another recommendation we can have regarding teacher preparation, that it should focus on the development of physical, emotional, social, and spiritual aspects, multidisciplinary skills. We are used to develop interdisciplinary skills, but now we have to transform it to multidisciplinary skills, that is verbal and non-verbal communication, emotional maturity, soft skills, social skills, technical skills, managerial skills, biological skills, as per the streams of the students. Now, my reflections on NEP 2020 and integrated teacher education program. That existing teacher education program is interdisciplinary. We have to transform it to multidisciplinary by strengthening curriculum, pedagogy, attitude, and skills. It is the responsibility of teacher educators, that is the whole society, to produce excellent teachers. Now, it is our duty that we should do our best. There should not be any compromise with the quality of the teacher education. There is one important aspect as per NEP 2020, that we need to link the good policies, best policies and practices of school education with the teacher education. Subject-wise networking will be very important in the integrated teacher education program. With all these aspects, teacher training program has to prepare a teacher with thorough content knowledge. Previously, we were focusing on pedagogical aspect, but now we have to emphasize content plus pedagogical aspects. Teachers are the guiding stars and the lighthouses for the student community. Now, here it is very needless to mention that teachers also need to grow to the level that they command respect from all sections of the society. There is an urgent need to improve the quality of teachers in order to achieve this goal of NEP 2020. From this point of view, selecting the right candidates for teaching is critical. This should be done solely on the basis of passion and interest. That means we need to develop that positive outlook among ourselves as well as among the budding teachers, so that they are able to discharge their duties effectively in order to ensure quality teacher education as well as education for the students. Here, I end my presentation with a quote that change is permanent. It is the law of nature. We need to accept the change with the positive outlook for sustaining quality in the teacher education as well as in the teaching fraternity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam, for wonderful presentation, which is near and dear to us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, call upon Sister Delicia from Pushpanjali College of Education to present a paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sanju. I hope my screen is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, sister.
Thank you. So I'm Sister Delicia Fernandez from Pushpanjali College of Education, and my title for today's presentation is Nurturing Digital Competencies Among Teachers. It is rightly said by James Cassell that highly effective teachers are worth their weight in diamonds. That's what they are. They sparkle, dazzle, and amaze us with their artistry. Teachers are the most precious assets, as we know, in the field of education. And if we have to bring about any change in the educational system, it is this precious asset that needs to be nurtured upon. And like the multiple hands of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom, the 21st century educator needs to be a multi-talented entity. A multi-talented entity implies not just a teacher who teaches with a chalk and talk, but she is a mother, a guide, a guru, a manager, a scheduler, an artist, an entertainer, a fundraiser, and the list is endless. And we all teachers are very well aware of this. Apart from the different skills and competencies for teachers that we learn in our teacher education institutions and through the different commissions and policies, there is one that stands out very essentially is what is today, in today's times, is the digital competency. What do we mean by digital competency, especially in terms of the teaching profession? We imply that it is the effective and creative use of ICT in the teaching learning process. A new term has evolved, that is digital pedagogy. It is the convergence of technology and educational pedagogy. What do you feel is the need of digital competency for teachers in today's times? It is, I suppose, we are entering into the digital era, or already we are into it. And this digital era is far advancing with the use of artificial intelligence and cloud computing and a variety of new technology entering into this field. And we teachers or the educational field is not going to be unaffected by these changes. And to cope up with these changes, we teachers need to be digitally competent. The digital age of information and technology asks us digitally immigrant teachers not just to be skilled and competent to create, but also to use these platforms in our day-to-day teaching. A digitally sound teacher alone can transform our students into a workforce for a digital world of tomorrow. When we see the nurturing of the digital competency in the light of NEP 2020, we find that NEP 2020 is a really revolutionary policy, and it is its main thrust can be, one of the main thrust is to give importance to the educational technology for building a digital India. It visualizes an Indian education system which is moving into equitable and vibrant society for providing high quality education to all. It advises the formation of a body known as NETF, that is a National Educational Technology Forum, so that there is unrestrained exchange of ideas and use of ICT among the teachers and the learners. It also recommends agencies such as NETF, CIET, and IGNOS, which conduct pilot studies to evaluate the benefits of online teaching. We teachers are all aware about Diksha platform, which is a very vibrant platform where open learning resources can be easily shared between the teaching fraternity. The NEP suggests that there's a need to invest also in digital infrastructure, as we are aware of the social conditions of India as a country, and we need to invest into the digital infrastructure so that it is available at different platforms and also to the inaccessible areas of India. In the world of techno-pedagogy, the teacher is known as a prosumer. That is, she's a consumer as well as a producer. She produces e-content as well as when we share it among the teaching fraternity, we become the consumers. So the need of the hour is today we need to reflect on models such as TPAC, which is technology, pedagogical, and content knowledge, which is framed by Punya Mishra and Matthew Kohler, in which they stress upon the content and the pedagogy, which should be the foundation for any educational technology integration. Finally, the key initiatives propagated by NEP for online and digital education are conducting pilot studies on online education, increasing the digital infrastructure, online teaching platforms and tools, content creation, digital repository and tools, addressing the digital divide, laying down standards, blended modes of learning, training and incentives for teachers, virtual labs, online assessment and examination. And finally, I conclude that NEP 2020 has taken into consideration the present needs of the Indian society at large and has comprehensively discussed the integration of technology and education, and it aims at having a modern educational digital world of education. And the main thrust that is placed by the NEP for education is digital education for a digital India. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sister Delicia.
Thank you.
Very well presented. Thank you. Next person I call on Miss Rajkumari Punjabi from Seva Southern College of Education to present a paper.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, directly I'll present my screen, madam.
Yes, no problem.
I have shared the screen.
Yes.
Can you see?
Okay, no issues.
You can see the presentation, right?
1 minute.
Anju, madam?
I can see, but what about her?
She also can see. She should not share a screen. She should directly speak.
Yes, madam. Madam Rajkumari.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes, continue.
Yeah. My topic for the paper is NEP 2020 and inclusion. We all of us are aware that education is the national agenda and it is a catalytic tool to alter the future of our children and nation. And Education Policy 2020 has brought a revolutionary changes in the all the dimensions of education, and some of the dimensions have already been discussed in the papers which were already being presented. And this particular policy will assist our children and youth to meet the present and the future challenges. Next slide, ma'am. If we try to see the national education policy, it tries to deal with the growing disparity, differences and inequality which are prevailing in our country's education system. And our education system, it is a means for achieving the social justice and equality. I will be talking about inclusive education and equitable education as an essential goal, which is important. Achieving an inclusive and equitable society in which every citizen has the chance to dream, flourish, and contribute to the nation. We all of us know, next slide, that is children with these special needs, they require some kind of extra care, extra help, and they are being classified into 4 main categories, that is physical, sensory, developmental, and behavioral. And nature and nurture have a significant role to play in the growth and development of the human beings. So any kind of deviations from the average in the physical or the mental ability of the human beings beyond limits will result into some kind of difficulties in performing a function or some kind of adjustment. When we talk about inclusive education, that is inclusive education is that when we include all the students regardless of all their differences or any kind of challenges in the neighborhood school, where we have a high quality instructions, interventions and support, and where this particular education tries to provide access and equal opportunities to all those who are there in the school. We are also well aware about the RT Act, which tries to ensure that children with the special needs to get free and compulsory education. And also NEP 2020, it has recognized the importance of providing children with the special needs with the same opportunities for getting meaningful quality education like any other child. There are certain recommendations which are being given by NEP, which have put in the diagrammatic form, that is inclusion of children with the special needs in regular schools. They need to be provided with financial support. Now, when we talk about in the regular schools, that is these regular schools need to have special education teachers to be visiting, like they are also called as mobile teachers or itinerant teacher, and they need to help the general teachers in the coordination and planning. Financial support, when we talk about, there should be funding programs for having some kind of resource room and also purchasing different types of books and different assistive devices and all assistive devices and appropriate technology based tools. We know that there are different high-tech, low-tech and medium range assistive devices and technology which can be used for different kind of disabilities and all. Also physical access to the school. We know that children with the special needs, especially with the locomotor disabilities, will not be able to reach the schools, and for them ramps, traveling type of provisions should be done. Then also handrails, disabled friendly toilets, that access should be there to the schools and all. There is one more recommendation which is very prominently being stressed by NEP 2020, that is home-based education and open schooling. Home-based education, that is children who have severe type of disabilities and who are not able to attend the regular schools, for them that is home-based education is there. And this is a growing educational system which is now coming in the India. It is more prominently seen in US and other countries and all, but now we in India also need to adopt this open schooling. We know that is through IGNOU and all. Also collaboration and cooperation with the different NGOs, with the special schools, general schools, with the different, you can say therapists, counselors and so on is being required between special teachers and the therapists, and also special type of scholarship to the students who are requiring that is some kind of help
in purchasing the different devices or some kind of tools or reaching up to the school. Now, these recommendations are in support of the 6 E's of inclusive education. Next slide. That is, this six E's are talking about equity, equal access, equal opportunity, equal dignity, effective communication, and embracing the culture. Taking into consideration these 6 E's, the recommendations are given by NEP 2020. Later on, that is in the next slide, you can see the different assistive and adaptive devices for which funding is being required have been given in this slide. Now I come up to the next point, that is teacher education and inclusion of children with special needs. That is, when we look at B.Ed syllabus, our B.Ed syllabus are having some topics in CC3, and also if you try to see IC4, creating inclusive school, that is in that particular, that is teaching for all, where we try to learn about what are the needs of the differently able learners, learning disabilities, ADHD, gifted learners, differentiated instruction, multicultural education. Next slide. And also in IC4,
Madam, to interrupt you 1 more minute only.
Yes, I will wind up, madam. IC4 also we learn about key concepts: diversity, disability, models, curricula, and assessment adaptation, the role of general teachers, resource teachers, and various other things. My reflections regarding the inclusion according to NEP 2020 is that home-based education, which has been put forth by NEP, needs to be strengthened, so that when we talk about children with profound and severe type of disability, they get an education to be educated with the home-based education. Then the next option, that is open schooling. In my one of my students, that is, I had given her research guidance regarding, that is homeschooling. The results were that the children who were given homeschooling their degrees were not to be considered at par with the regular degrees and all. So we need to see that the home-based schooling or the education which is being provided, that also needs to be considered. Open schooling also regarding the Indian Sign Language should be one part of NIOS. Special educators and therapists with the cross disability training. This is very, very important. That is not only regarding one disability, but the teachers need to be made aware of the different kinds of disabilities. To conclude my particular presentation, that is, when we want a well-planned implementation of the policy, that is, we need that the teachers' sacrifice, the teachers' efforts to uphold the dignity, respect, and honor of the teaching profession. We all need a continuous professional, rigorous type of development through programs, through trainings, through participation in different workshops and seminars. Also, when we talk about implementation of NEP, next slide, madam, that is, we need to give up our age-old practices which stress upon cramming and also rote type of learning. We need to adopt constructivist pedagogies, and only then, that is, we will be helping the students, children with the special needs to access quality education, employment, health, and other services. And also, it will be increasing the awareness of their rights and improving the quality of life. The last slide, that is our job is to teach the kids we have. Next slide. Not the ones we used to have, not the ones we would like to have, the ones we have right now. All of them. Inclusion is not yours. It is not mine. It is ours. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, madam, for wonderful presentation on ensuring equity and inclusion in education. Thank you, Dr. Rajkumari Banjari. Now we are at the end of this paper presentation. Our 6 presenters have given us an overview of different aspects of NEP. We are very happy to note that research-based papers were also presented, because research shows which areas need to be revised and revitalized. Thanks for sharing your views. Now I invite Dr. Cynthia D'Costa, Associate Professor of Pushpanjali College, to speak on PM Shri scheme, followed by valedictory function. It's over to Dr. Cynthia.
Okay, thank you so much. And we won't take very long. We will try to finish on time. what we are doing now is just having a glimpse at the PM Shri scheme that was announced on 5th of September, that is Teachers' Day this year. What is PM Shri scheme? PM Shri scheme stands for PM Schools for Rising India. And this particular scheme was announced so that 14,500 schools all across the country can be developed, they can be upgraded. And which schools will these be? These will be schools who will encapsulate, who will follow the NEP in its total spirit. Next slide, sister. Yes. Now this one also involves money. If you want to have model schools, the money that is envisaged for this massive project is some 27,360 crore rupees. And these will be schools which will try to ensure holistic education, who will try to have students who are well equipped with 21st century skills like critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, communication skills, and so on. Also, these schools are expected to provide mentorship and leadership to the neighboring schools so that all schools can excel. It reminds me of a little anecdote. There was once a farmer who had got a prize for having a very good crop in his field. And what that farmer did was, he went around distributing the seeds of his grains to all his neighboring farmers. So somebody asked him that if you are distributing these crops to everybody, the seeds to everybody else, next year somebody else will have a better crop than you. In that case, the price will go to somebody else. Next year's efficient farmer will be somebody else. And what did this farmer say? The farmer said, see, all our fields are touching each other. And we know that cross-pollination occurs. That is, pollen grains from one crop, we are going on to another crop at the side. If my neighboring farmers have substandard seeds, then next year my own crop may be substandard. Let me distribute good seeds to them so that they will also get a good crop next year, and it will ensure that cross-pollination occurs. So this is something, the idea that is of providing mentorship to your neighboring schools is, we do not live in a competitive world. We should be living in a cooperative world where one person supports another, one school supports another. Sister, next slide. As I said before, initial plan is for 14,500 schools all across India who will receive grants to upgrade themselves with the latest infrastructure, the latest learning tools. We saw so many beautiful tools that Mandar sir mentioned to us. We saw some nice ideas coming from Asavri madam. We saw the philosophical base of this from Ashish sir in the morning. So our schools will have to be those kind of schools with the latest learning tools, the latest kind of technology, upgraded sports facilities, etc., for them to qualify for being a PM Shri school. Sister, next slide. These schools, model schools, if we can call them, the PM Shri schools are expected to be green schools where there will be solar panels. Obviously, you're going to get funds for this. So through these funds, these kind of solar panels, there will be smarter waste disposal and management systems. There will be some kind of nutrition gardens, and perhaps some schools are already having this. This will help to address the question of malnutrition that is found across so many of our schools. Water conservation, water harvesting system, because the groundwater reserves have to be cared for. All these things will be a part of these PM Shri schools. And if you realize, they are all attuned with the SDG goals that have been that we have already accepted. Next slide. What kind of pedagogy will we have in such schools? We have spoken much about this. Many of us are trying this. We have got 2-3 papers which were based on toy-based and game-based technology, etc. So the pedagogy will have to be truly experiential, flexible, enjoyable, engaging, where there is a lot of holistic learning. This little picture that you can see here is one of our students giving her lessons. She had this topic on light, and the entire class, you can see, is so much engaged with her. They not only understood how shadows, etc., are formed. This is an actual classroom situation. At the end of it, they all were making such kind of shadows that you can see here, and taking it a step further, they could even view a story based on the characters that they were creating. So see, they were learning science. They were basically learning science, formation of shadows. But along with that, the students impromptu started one story, and somebody's mic is on, please. Yes. So the students started expressing. So language became a byproduct of the science lesson. It was unplanned for, but it happened. So in a way, multidisciplinary learning started happening right there in the class. Next slide, sister. These places, these Priyamshri schools should be linked to the local industry. Every place has its speciality. Every place has its employment opportunities. And this should be linked to school because work, learning, and life are not three separate things. They are all infused together. I have this picture of this little child here, Tilak Mehta. Tilak Mehta is a 15-year-old. He has a business of more than 100 crore. Mind you, the turnover is more than 100 crore. He has employees who are older than him, and he is the CEO of Paper and Parcels. You can do a Google search later and find out more about Tilak Mehta. What is his idea? Something very simple. He once wanted to send some important papers across to his father, who was also, he was in Mumbai, the father also was in Mumbai. And it was impossible for him to get that work done within a day. He thought of a novel idea. He coordinated with the Mumbai Dabbawalas, and the Dabbawalas could reach, along with the tiffin box, they could also reach a parcel. And he thought, why not make use of this system to have delivery from point to point, and something that is working very well. A 15-year-old child becoming an entrepreneur. And there are many such examples that you will find of India's young entrepreneurs, even things like Oyo rooms, etc. The people who thought of these were hardly in their 20s. So with subjects like coding, with subjects like artificial intelligence or machine learning, which will be slowly introduced into the syllabus, these kind of subjects will give a cutting edge to our students, and they will be one step ahead when it comes to entry into the world of work. These are to be encouraged to qualify for a PM Shri school. Next slide. Of course, having ICT smart classrooms, having digital libraries, using digital pedagogy will be a necessary thing in these schools. Again, I have taken screenshots, what I have seen while observing our internship lessons. Things are happening. Many of the schools are already, they are ICT enabled. Many of them are even Wi-Fi enabled, and very nice, enjoyable, engaging learning can happen in such a scenario. So all these schools, 100% of the PM Shri schools will get funds to have such kind of smart classrooms and try out digital initiatives. Next slide. These schools will be implemented through the administering structure that is right there, Samagra Shiksha or Kendriya Vidyalay Sangatna and the Navodaya Vidyalay Samitis. Now, next slide. Very important question. How are they going to choose the schools? How are they going to select the schools? So there will be a portal, and this portal will be opened 4 times a year, every quarter. This is for the first 2 years of the scheme. Nothing is said about what will happen after that. The scheme is presently mentioned for 5 years. And if you feel that your school is qualified enough to be a PM Shri school, then you can self-apply. There will be questions, etc. Information you will have to furnish, and you'll have to justify why you should get grants for being a PM Shri school. And such kind of schools will later on become exemplar schools for their localities. So it will be a kind of a challenge mode. You will have to compete. There are so many schools in our country, and grants for this will only be given if you can prove that you are really a cut above the rest. Yes, sister? Right. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. What I wanted to tell you was, the ball has been set rolling. Everything is already happening. We are not saying that the NEP 2020 will be implemented. Process has started. You should not lag behind. All of us here, we are teacher educators. Some of us are school teachers. Some of us are student teachers. But somewhere or the other, we are connected with either school education or higher education. And therefore, what is necessary is get into the NEP 2020 mode as soon as possible. Otherwise, such kind of schemes will keep coming up. And because we are unaware of it, because we are not ready for it, we will be all left behind. That should not happen. Work is on, and I'm sure the dedication of teachers, and teacher educators will help in making NEP 2020 a reality. So with that, we come to the end of a very fruitful day, I'm sure. I'm sure everybody has this in their mind. I would like Miss Cinderella to just share her views before I conclude in the next 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes just for a little bit of instructions. But Miss Cinderella, could you just give us your concluding remarks on the entire day's proceedings?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I would first of all like to congratulate entire Pushpanjali College of Education team for taking so much efforts in organizing this particular webinar, for getting the funding from NAAC and organizing this successfully. All the 3 sessions which were organized were, well selected themes for these 3 sessions and themes which we wanted to know more about. So session 1, as we all have attended in the morning, gave us little historical background of different policies, different commissions, and it really helped us to understand the need for NEP 2020 and also the role NEP 2020 is going to play in future education. Session 2 was very interactive, which actually demonstrated use of technology for effective learning and for quality education. Session 3 theme was very close to our hearts. All of us being teachers or teacher educators, we wanted to know and we had many questions in our own mind, and we were all looking forward for that session, which was delivered by Dr. Asavri. And she threw light upon what are the changes which we can expect in near future and for which we have to be ready. So that was also a very enlightening session, very informative session. Overall, if you see, today's webinar was very well organized. Right from the themes which were chosen for paper presentations and also for the sessions were very apt, and they were really needed for this period of time for all of us. Paper reading sessions were also managed very well, though they were online, they were managed very well with respect to technology, with respect to time management. So really thank you for that. Entirely overall, if I see, it was a very smooth and systematically managed webinar without very serious technical glitches as such, and very well coordinated, all of us being away from each other in our own colleges and in our own homes. It was very well connected, and really we did not see the time, we did not see our clocks also, we were into it throughout and did not know also how this time has ended, how the day also has ended. So very, very fruitful session. We have taken a lot from all the sessions and from all the paper presenters also, and good learning experience, as organizing team being so wonderful, and all the sessions also were carried out well in time, very fruitfully, and very good inputs coming from all the experts which were invited for today. So once again, I thank entire Pushpanjali College team for organizing this much needed webinar, giving us so important inputs regarding different dimensions of NEP 2020. And definitely we are going to implement and use all this information in near future. So thank you once again. Thank you for the opportunity to express my views about the entire webinar which was conducted. Grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Cinderella ma'am. Thank you very much.
Before we conclude, I would like to thank our very own Dr. Cynthia Agnes DeCosta for that beautiful session on PM Shri schools, etc. You have always been abreast with the latest developments in the field of education, and as an inspiration you are to each of us youngsters who are entering into this field of education. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise, your time, your talents for the college and for each one of us. Thank you very much on behalf of the entire Pushpanjali family.
Thank you, sister. And now it's time for the final vote of thanks. My sincere thanks first to the Lord Almighty. Without him, nothing is possible. And these have been days and months of hard work, yes, but God has always given us the physical, the mental, and the spiritual strength to carry on. We thank NAAC for having sponsored our seminar and given us a generous grant in order to conduct this webinar. I thank once again all the resource persons. They have been thanked individually, but nonetheless, a word of gratitude to them for sharing from their repertoire of expertise and experience. Thank you, dear participants who have been present here and listening to all the sessions. I'm sure you wanted to interact. Of course, Mandar sir gave you that chance digitally, and we would like to even listen to you all, but time is short. I thank all those participants who have contributed their papers, and really nicely written papers, well presented papers also. All of us learned from one another. Do convey our thanks to the principals of your institutions. Some of you, they must have given a day off, or in certain cases, your principals must have adjusted your lectures, etc., so that you can participate in this. So do convey our thanks to all your principals. I thank our tech team, Mr. Senin Rebello and his team, for looking after the technological aspects and ensuring good streaming throughout. Then it comes to thanking our very own. At Pushpanjali, we have only 2 words to define our success, and that is Team Pushpanjali. So we believe in teamwork, and I thank the entire Pushpanjali team, starting right from the sisters who manage our institution, Congregation of Carmelite Religious. I would like to thank our Mother General, Mother Mary Francis. Her prayers and blessings are with us. I would like to thank our provincial, Sister Mary Lillian, for her continuous support in words and in prayers. Our manager of our college, Sister Ansela, who had to be out on some important work and therefore could not attend this particular seminar. Nonetheless, her support, her guidance, her mentoring is always with us. I also thank the captain of our ship, Mabel Madam, because it was Mabel Madam's enthusiasm, exuberance, energy. My dear friends, teacher educators who are on this forum, Mabel Madam has few more weeks to retire. And yet, Mabel Madam put in 100% effort to ensure that everything went on so smoothly. And I think she deserves a round of applause. Maybe we don't put on our cameras or whatever, but we just give her a nice round of applause. Thank you, Mabel ma'am, for being there always. Then the entire teaching faculty of Pushpanjali, all my colleagues, starting from Dr. Sheetal Chowdhury, then Miss Angelina Nunes, Sister Delicia, Sister Cheryl Gladys, and Miss Steffi. We have some newly inducted members, and for them it is a learning experience, but their support, everybody's support, right from the senior most to the junior most, has always been there. At this juncture, I remember our late Helen Madam, who today is blessing us from heaven above. We miss her presence greatly here. Nonetheless, she is with us. We know that. I also thank our non-teaching staff, our office staff, Ms. Sunita, Sister Sushila, and other sisters who are there, who are continuously there with us with all our office work, as well as our librarian, Ms. Sharbila, and our other non-teaching staff, Panduranga, Ramesh, and Dominic, whose support is needed for every program of ours. Participants, I will be posting the feedback link, form link now in the chat and also on the WhatsApp group. You can fill it as per your time, but please fill it, because only when you fill the feedback form, you will get your certificate. You will get your e-certificate by the mail with which you have, on the mail with which you have registered. So we will be sending you your e-certificates. Then coming to the publication, it will take a couple of weeks or more. It will take 4 or 5 weeks maybe for our journal to be out. Please be patient until then. We will keep you informed. You will get a mail from me asking for your address, postal address, those who wanted the hard copies. So please reply to my mail when you will get it. And those are the instructions regarding feedback form. Just now I'll be posting the link. Certificate, you will get it by on your email, e-certificate, and publication. When it is released, surely we will let you know. Could we have the cameras on for one nice picture? As many cameras on. Okay. 1 second. Right. Yes, thank you. So I've got all that for my record. Thank you so much. And thank you for your presence here. Thank you all the participants. I forgot to mention there were some participants I had seen who were our Madam Masrat ma'am, etc., who were with us for teacher education, now retired, nonetheless eager to learn. So a special mention of such kind of people. And also thank you, the students and teachers of schools and teachers to be who were on this forum. Without you, we would not have had a webinar of this kind. Mabel ma'am, any instructions from your side?
No instructions, but thanks to all. Thank you, Cynthia ma'am, for having that session, and also thanking everybody without any gap, without forgetting anyone. So once again, thanks to Our Lady of Grace family and Pushpanjali family, also all the participants and dear students. Thanks to one and all.
Madam, I think the tech team can be told to leave the meet, to stop after 2 minutes, because if people are still putting, I mean, they must be wanting to copy the link of the chat.
Okay, I'll tell them to wait.
1 minute. I'll just don't leave, don't stop the meeting yet. You've got the the feedback link is there. I will also post it on the WhatsApp group, Teacher Educators, so that you will get it, just in case. Okay. Right. Those who wish to can leave the meeting.
Cynthia madam, congratulations. Very nice.
Yes,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
From
everybody.
writing everything, brochure and up to last, really wonderful. Thank you.
We'll discuss that later. I will leave the meeting because I have to post the link on the WhatsApp group, etc.
Okay, shall I tell him to stop?
Yes.
So I saw Sister Perpetual.
Thank you.
Thank you.